Everyone on YouTube, we are just waiting a couple minutes for our last couple folks to join us. We'll get started.
Mara,
You're very quiet, Anasha.
Mara, I'm going to resend this to Kim. She states that she does not have it. So I'll resend what you sent me.
No, it won't work. You have individual links. Yours won't work.
Okay, can you resend it, please? Thank
I will
you.
resend it again, yeah.
Thank you.
Am I still quiet?
Yes, you are.
How about now?
That's better.
All right.
You sound good.
Had to boost the gain on the Zoom, but hopefully.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that.
Yep.
Looks like the conference room might be having some trouble connecting.
Yeah.
They seemed to last time also.
It does look like we have a few folks tuning in on Zoom already. So just for those of you tuning in, we will be starting shortly. We just got to get our presentation connected via Zoom. So hold tight.
My apologies for being late.
I just want to make sure. What do we want to? We're getting all set up here. Sorry, a little technical difficulty.
Thanks, Monica.
Oh, there they are.
Very good.
Did
Okay.
Jim say if he was, are you waiting for Jim? Did he say if he was coming?
He said he was running late and may try to call in. I don't know if anyone.
Yeah, he texted me, he said he wouldn't get here until almost 6 or so. And he said if you could go, try to hold up as long as you could, but he understands if you have to start.
No, I certainly can't wait until 6 for folks. So we will get going. That being said, I suppose if there's anything non-pay as you throw related, I assume he wants to see that presentation. We could start maybe with the rest of the budget, but I don't know. I think we might as well just get going. So
We'd be happy to fill him in if he misses the presentation.
and it's obviously available via YouTube for everybody, so that'll work as well. Okay. I guess it is it's 5:36. I will call the General Services Committee budget hearing to order. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please, let's see. Eileen McDermott, will you lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That's 2 in a row.
Okay, and Ken, you're the odd man out on this one, right? So
Correct.
let's see. We will start with Jim Gully is absent, but will be coming later. Councilmember McPherson, Ash McPherson,
Ash McPherson, present.
Councilmember Steele,
Present.
Councilmember McDermott,
Here.
Committee Chair Anasha Cummings. I'm also present, and we also have with us the Council President Carmela Mantello, ex officio, as well as the councilman from District 5, who's not on the committee but has graced us with his presence nonetheless. We also have joining us today the mayor, as well as several folks in the conference room, including the Commissioner of General Services, Chuck Wojin, the Commissioner, the Recycling Coordinator, Renee Panetta, the Deputy Mayor, Monica Krzyzewski, as well as the Comptroller, Andy Petrowski. And if the other folks in that room want to introduce themselves, that'd be great.
Good, Tom.
Hi, Tom Abbott, Streets and Sanitation Supervisor of Public Works.
Can you wait? See where you are, Tom?
What's that?
Tom is the sanitation supervisor.
Yep, sanitation
No,
supervisor.
sorry, I just can't see who's talking in the small screen. Can you just wave so we can see where you are? Okay, hi Tom, thanks. And then,
Good, Steve.
Steve Ilsauskas, Waste Zero.
great. Thanks for joining us. And I believe the mayor had a brief statement he wanted to start off with, and then we'll go to the presentation.
I do. Thank you, Council Member. 3 years ago, I made the assertion that we needed to change our relationship with garbage. Our practices offered no incentive to reduce, to reuse, to recycle, or to compost. And if you had something you wanted to get rid of, you could throw it out by the curb and it would seemingly disappear like magic. Despite the several education programs that I can recall over the years, over the decades, our rate of recycling remained in the single digits, and that's an embarrassingly low figure. In view of the fact that landfills continue to close at an alarming rate across the country, and especially in New York State, we knew that this manner of dealing with our solid waste was going to become a significant cost burden in the near future. We have both a moral and a financial imperative to reduce the volume of our waste that goes into costly and shrinking landfills. We needed a new approach to make this happen. In 2018, we first introduced a trash fee that more equitably allocated the cost of waste disposal and tied the size of the fee to the cost of providing the service as a means to incentivize better rates of recycling. Our long-term goal was to get to a pay-as-you-throw system. At that time, we projected it would take us 3 years to do so, and here we are today. Contrary to some assertions that have been made, we've never stated that the fee would be a one-year temporary fee. Our initial legislation provided for a flat fee for 3 years, after which we would convert to a pay-as-you-throw styled system. We are on schedule now to do that. What we will present tonight is a hybridized pay-as-you-throw system. And Renee will speak in more detail, but in broad terms, this program will incentivize recycling and other forms of reducing waste, the waste stream heading for the landfill. It will be much more equitable, ensuring that those who do make an effort to reduce their waste will realize the benefits of that effort through lower costs. And in fact, those who are diligent in recycling will see their total costs fall below what they paid in 2020. The plan we present tonight is well-researched and well thought out. It follows the path laid out by the city's Solid Waste Advisory Group, a citizen-led group with representatives from all of the city's neighborhoods. I recognize that change is not always easy, but the financial and ecological cost of failing to change is an unconscionable burden for us to leave on our children. And as much as I would like to have trash continue to magically disappear from my curb line, I know that that is no longer responsible. We are here this evening to explain the program and to answer all of your questions so that you can share accurate information with your constituents. So I appreciate the opportunity, Councilman Cummings. I'll turn the floor back to you.
Great, thank you. And we did have a couple folks come in for public comment, so I will move to them briefly before the presentations. Each person has up to 7 minutes. We'll start with Marie Gavazzi, and then we'll go to Irene Soriento. So I'm going to go ahead and promote Marie to a panelist. Marie, you can go ahead whenever you're ready. Okay. Maybe we'll try Irene Soriento for a minute, give Marie a chance to get that figured out, and then we will. Oh, you're there, Marie?
I am.
Okay, great.
Okay. I originally spoke when the garbage fee was proposed to advocate for bag system pay as you throw. And I'm very pleased to see that system proposed now. I don't know whether you're aware that just establishing a separate garbage fee resulted in lower tipping fees. I'm not sure why. I believe, though, that it's because garbage disposal became more salient for people. A bag pay-as-you-throw system results in the greatest decrease in garbage, up to 40% reduction. Pay-as-you-throw would be a win for the city and for the environment. I know that folks don't want to pay for the disposal of their garbage, but I don't want to pay for their garbage to be disposed either. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Marie. And we will move on to Irene Soriento. I'm going to promote you and you'll have a chance to talk as well.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Irene, thanks for joining
Can
us.
y'all hear me?
We can, you can go ahead.
Okay. So I have a few questions about this pay-as-you-throw program that I'm reading about. So who is going to be doing the invoices, first of all, with this program? Has it even been taken into account that it's going to most likely delay in basic services? The amount of gas that it's going to cost when you're, because when the garbage trucks are idling while an employee is counting the garbage, the amount of overtime to try and keep up with this program, with the counting of the garbage and going to every household. Also, the chances with injuries. And so with the position that I'm in charge with, like, workers' comp and the invoices and everything. And the amount of injuries that an employee, the amount of claims that I receive also determines the cost of our workers' comp. So that's also going to drive up the cost, because now the employees are going to go in, they're going to, I'm sure that hopefully they're wearing the proper gloves, but they're also picking up the garbage, counting through, who knows what's in there. There's going to be a numerous amount of new injury claims. It's going to drive up the cost. So how is this going to benefit the city and us residents?
Okay.
Overall, how is this going to benefit us?
Great.
Can
Heard.
we afford this? I mean, have you taken into account that even the residents can even afford this? This is obviously going to cost a lot more for us. And I'm sure, yeah, we're all going to have to go to, private services. But how is this going to benefit all of us? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we can't do sort of back and forth and answer all your questions all up front, but hopefully many of your questions will be answered in the presentation. And if not, we will follow up to make sure they are. In the meantime, I'm going to put you back down to an attendee so you can continue to watch, and feel free to follow up if your questions are not answered.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I think that is it for our attendees. We do have several other folks in attendance watching, although I believe if they're signed up to talk at one of the other meetings tonight. That being said, if any member of the public does want to talk at this meeting, there's a raise your hand feature that you can use in order to get my attention, so I can give you an opportunity to speak. That being said, I think we will now switch over to the presentation. Oh, no, we do have two more hands from folks who had signed up. So we'll start with Carlo Soriento and then Elizabeth DeNovo. So Carlo, I'm gonna promote you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Carlo, go ahead.
All right. Well, here's the thing. I won't go into the whole tax point and how the costs and everything, but what I want to get into is, first of all, the amount of lawsuits and the amount of trying to figure it out. So here you go. So you're going to go ahead, you're going to count bags, you're going to send bills, and here's the thing. Unless you video record every bag you take out of someone's garbage can, and then how do you prove what you pay? So basically, if I sit there and say, oh, I only have 4 bags this week, but you say I had 7, and this goes on and this goes on, how is the city able to pay for those legal fees? Plus, on top of that, someone to take care of it. So now what are we going to do? Are we going to hire another administrator to deal with the complaints? That's number one. Number two, what you're going to get is you're going to get more illegal dumping in the alleyways. You're going to get more, because right now, since the trash fee has came on and people aren't doing bulk pickups, the alleyways are atrocious. They are ridiculous. And I mean, I drive through, today there was police on 2nd Ave, on 4th Street. I drove down the alleyway to get back to work from lunch, and the alleyways, I can't even drive my pickup truck through because of the amount of illegal dumping. I've seen it. I see it every day. We hear about it in code enforcement. We hear people say, oh, I got illegal dumped in the back of my house. I hear, all this stuff. There is no way to control the garbage in the city of Troy. The only time the city of Troy ever had controlled garbage is when we went through the alleyways repeatedly, and we bulked up our DPW, not bulked up other departments, bulked up our DPW and actually picked up garbage, actually took care of the city, cleaned the streets. I mean, there's one thing I got to say is, and I know I'm an employee, but this has nothing to do about me being an employee. This has something to do with me being a taxpayer. I am not proud to drive down the streets of the city of Troy with the amount of trash I see in the alleyways and how we are just because we wait to take pictures or send bills. No, we pay high taxes in Troy. Why don't we get back to where we bulk up our city services and throw away the garbage? That's my biggest thing, because we're going to start getting a lot of illegal dumping. When this happens, you're going to get neighbors in the inner city that are going to, in the middle of the night, sneak a garbage bag in their neighbor's garbage. They're going to sneak a bag a block down, or they're just going to throw it in the middle of the alleyway and say, hey, try to say it's mine. How are you going to do it? How are you going to have the resources? So you're going to hire more people to count bags, give them benefits. It's crazy. That's that. And another thing is I hate to say it, I love my job. I love my city. And I'm going to, work for the next 2 or 3 mayors before I retire. And I think that we started with this trash fee that was supposed to be 1 year and continue to go on to, basically help our taxes out and not lay anybody off, which is fine. I paid a tax fee. I'm good with it. But now to do this, especially waiting to the second term of an administration, to me just does not sound good. That we waited. We knew this was coming. There's been rumblings about it. And the thing is to wait till you become, and I don't like to say it, but you're turned out. To put this on the books is crazy. And not only that, you're talking about, like I said, everything in there is just basically how I feel. I know a lot of people feel like I do. And I'm sure there's going to be big petitions. And you know what? I'm going to be one person that says, hey, you told me I had 7 bags. Prove it. What are you going to do? You're going to video record every bag you take out of my garbage can? Because unless you prove it, I'm not paying. It's just what you guys have to look at in the long run. It's not going to work. It really isn't. If you think it's going to work, then good luck with trying to. But I know a lot of people that aren't happy about it. And I know a lot of people that will not go for it, and they will fight back. I know, like me, you're going to tell me I threw 7 bags away, prove it or I'm not paying. Thank you, Anasha, for listening to me.
Certainly.
Thanks to everybody else. I love my job. I love my city. But this is one of the craziest things I've heard of in a long time.
Thanks for tuning in. I hope you'll stay on for the presentation. Certainly, I know a lot of those questions will be answered, but look forward to continued discussion with it.
Thank you very much, Anasha, for listening to me.
And we'll move on now to Elizabeth DeNovo.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Since the implementation of the garbage tax a few years ago, my assessment is that the appearance of my alley has become worse, not better. And the residents are not going to buy yard waste bags for weeds and excess growth that is really city property. I have been against the garbage tax since its beginning, the beginning of it. And honest to gosh, and all the attempts to make it better, I think the situation is getting worse. And I would have to say, I agree with the previous caller. So that's what I have to say. I have been a composter for years. The amount of garbage bags I put out with my tenant is like 2 a week. We recycle. I mean, what else can I do to keep the garbage down? I don't see this as a solution. If anything, I think it's going to be worse because people are going to balk at having to buy bags and everything else. So my 2 cents worth is I'm just not for it. And thank you for listening.
Certainly. Thanks for tuning in. And that, I believe, closes our public comment. So I hope you'll stay on and listen to the presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're going to have Chuck Wayton from the Commissioner of General Services just give a brief overview, and then Renee will start on the presentation. We'll present the budget, and then we'll be open for comments.
Perfect.
Chuck?
First and foremost, I'd like to say that this was a challenging year, as everyone knows. With COVID in place, we had to platoon shifts. Our sanitation workers, not only our sanitation workers, but all employees, including police and fire, had to go out to the unknown and do the job that was necessary to complete for us all. Excuse me. One thing you'll see in this budget is that we are trying to separate the sanitation and streets department. With the positions that we are trying to get implemented, will assist in that, excuse me, to complete that process. That's pretty much all I have.
So I think the biggest thing on this is that just in the challenges that Chuck outlined in the 2020, it was, it was very known. People understood the challenges. We heard what you heard, the stuff that you brought to us, and all the stuff that the other people had brought to us directly. It was challenging. We platooned when we were told to reduce staff. We tried to follow the governor's initiatives. It made for a very difficult process in trying to revamp back up into normal practice due to what Chuck had talked about was before the streets and sanitation departments kind of coexisted. They were separate functions, but they, if there was less employees, they borrowed people from streets and vice versa. So this budget, that practice of splitting those two departments started this year, which made it even more challenging. But then this budget that you see now actually helps solidify that, really takes the power of the duty structure to just sanitation, that the modification of the operations you're going to see, as well as just the additional staffing to get them to that point. So that being said, I'm going to have Renee start. She's got to share her PowerPoint with you so you can all see that. We will also send that to you as well. We'll go through that, and then we'll open the PowerPoint up for questions, and then we'll also have Tom and Renee go through the budget line by line for you from the departments. This is the garbage fund, so this is the separate fund in your book. The revenues are on the back pages. Remember, Andy changed the budget structure a little bit. It starts on page 178 if you have your budget books with you when we get to that point. So Renee, go ahead and share your screen, and we'll get started. Thank you, everybody.
Chair.
Yes?
I had a quick question for the chair before Renee goes. In the room, the consultant, I did not get their name. Can you provide that also, Monica? And do they plan to speak?
His name is Steve. He's here for questioning at the end.
And where's he from?
Waste Zero.
Thank you. Thanks.
So before I start with the presentation, one thing I just wanted to make sure and clear up is that we are not counting or billing by bags. The bags are going to be purchased from a retailer, which we'll address in the presentation, but I just wanted to make sure and clear up and clarify that one point for everybody. So the pay-as-you-throw makes a better management system for handling solid waste. As you are likely familiar with, it's one of the objectives that's addressed in our comprehensive recycling analysis, which some of you may know of as the solid waste plan. We can't call it a solid waste plan because we're a municipality and not a solid waste group. Our solid waste board is all familiar with all of the process of the pay-as-you-throw, and they recommend and endorse this as well. Many of them have been on the solid waste board since before my tenure with the city. Basically, this PowerPoint will explain how it will make us a more environmentally, fiscally, and community-oriented city with a cleaner and greener future. So it will create a greater efficiency and convenience for all of our residents as well as for our businesses. We'll highlight the points of that a bit later in the presentation. Environmentally, it's going to decrease the amount of tonnage that we're tipping at the landfill, which will then give a fiscal result or financial advantage that other haulers aren't going to be able to provide. So not only is it going to cost us less for the tipping because our tonnage is lower, it will also reduce our current fee so that there is a much lower fee assessed on an annual basis. So one thing you'll notice here is that private haulers, which are permitted throughout the city, and there's been some misinformation on that as well, saying that private haulers are not permitted to haul within our city, which is incorrect. They charge an average of $240 to $350. I wish I had the opportunity of having a municipality where I live trying to sell my house and move to Troy. And one of the reasons that I think that this is a great price structure for the fee is it allows me to dictate what I'm throwing and what I'm paying for that throw. Right now, all households are paying the same for trash. That's whether it's an individual, 2 people, 6 people. Could be a 6-person household that's throwing away 3 items. They're paying the same as somebody who's not recycling at all. So what the pay-as-you-throw does is it transitions it to a plan where you're paying for what you're generating and you're not subsidizing others. Right now, with a solid waste fee that's consistent across the board and not having a bag fee, everybody's paying the same amount. This is a similar process to what's been done with metering on all services for many, many decades. Whether it's gas, whether it's electricity, whether it's water, we all pay for that. It's done on a metering basis. We pay for what we use. So what this plan does is it allows us to move what we're putting into trash now to recycling, to diversion, to donation. Each ton that we divert saves the city outright $62.61. So this little infographic here shows, right now, it's a set fee. Whether you fill that can or not, it's a set fee. You could put this can out once a month, and it's a set fee. And what the 2021 pay-as-you-throw plan, even with the fact that it's only based on 9 months of use and 3 months of regular paying, it's still going to be significantly less. That means that if I only throw out 1 bag a month, all I've paid is my $1.25. If I throw out 1 bag that's the $2 bag, that's all I've paid for the month. So I dictate what I'm paying based on what I'm throwing out, which is a fair way of doing it. We've done our due diligence on this since April. So in addition to the fact that other folks had investigated this for the past 3 years, when I came in, I thought, okay, I've got some information, but I don't have as much information as I feel we need as a city to be able to make a decision with conservative numbers and having hard, fast data. And so we had conversations, all of us, and we had them internally, and we had them externally. So everybody that you see listed on the internal participation in the discussions, we had discussions here first, and then we went out and talked to other municipalities. These are the municipalities that we spoke to. We had extensive conversations with many of their departments. Tom spoke to the Commissioner of General Services. He spoke to the Department of Public Works. We all spoke, Chuck spoke to the Commissioner of General Services and Public Works in several of these cities. We had very, very extensive conversations with Binghamton and with Worcester. And you'll see noted on here, none of these cities have been doing this for just a year or 2. They have all done it for between, let's see, the newest one is 2003, and some of them date back as far as 1991. So all the data that's on this will be shared with you after the presentation, and we're very happy to answer questions on it. You will note that not only is the population similar, the number of households are fairly similar as well. Many of them have a lot of multifamilies, and most of them all have students as well. So I'm going to let Tom address the information that's on this because this is directly impacting the department that he runs.
Okay, we see lower trash volume allows residential collection on Tuesday through Friday. And what that means is, essentially, we're going to be running a 4-day garbage and recycling collection. For instance, as an example, if we use Monday, excluded from the garbage and recycling collection, Mondays would be used to collect bulk waste, brush, bag leaves, electronic collection, and also Alamo maintenance. Tuesday, for instance, would turn into a Monday's collection. Wednesdays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays obviously would be a day that we would have to spread throughout the other days as far as the garbage and recycling is concerned. So this whole pay-it system is based on a 4-day garbage and recycling collection, and that's really all I have.
So just to expand on that just in one moment, because Tom doesn't give himself enough credit. So they'll have to rezone. We'll do a rezoning of the city as far as garbage collection. Mondays and Fridays are our 2 largest days. That's why Tom is saying that we'll keep those on Tuesdays and Fridays. The middle days are our smaller collection days. Those will be redistributed so that it'll be an even amount, so that the collection will be done Tuesday through Friday for regular garbage and recycling pickup. And Mondays will be reserved each week just for the collection of anything other than garbage and recycling. Just to clarify that point, I just thought perhaps maybe not everybody got that clear. So by April 1st, we'll do a reallocation and a rezone of the garbage collection for all the zones in the city.
So, as the mayor mentioned earlier, there is a really, really murky garbage future. Regionally, we're being impacted by 3, not just 1, not just 2, but 3 landfills. The Dunn landfill is 2022, Rapp Road 2026, Colony is also 2026. Not only is that going to impact our local counties, of which there are 8, there are also incinerators that are closing not too far away from where we are and in nearby states. So all of that trash is also going to be headed someplace. And us impacting that trash footprint is going to save us money, and it's going to make us proactive now so we're not paying more later. So our goal is to get ahead of the curve on this and to be proactive.
Can you click on it? Red. Did you freeze? Hold on, a little technical difficulty with the slideshow.
While you're working on that, do you have any rough estimates of where tipping fee costs are expected to go as those landfills start to close? I know we have a relatively good deal right now, but
across the state, depending on what the municipality's agreements are, right now they're ranging from 75 to 95 and upward. And for recycling right now, which we're at $0 on, municipalities are paying between 75 to 125 depending on where they're located.
So our tip fee right now is below $62, which is a huge plus for us. Who would have thought back in 2008 or 2007 when that administration negotiated that program with County Waste in South Troy? It came into such a benefit to us right now because we've locked in that rate. We've again locked in that rate with them through an amendment with the LDC, but that rate is actually dictated in their lease agreement for the use of that land as a transfer station, as well as the recycling fee. So we're in a very fortunate spot because if we weren't, we would be paying at least $15 to $20 more a ton for garbage without that.
And we'd be paying for recycling, which we're not. So it's a huge save for us to not have those expenses incurred.
Did you get it?
No.
No, you got the next slide, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we got the next slide.
okay.
Chair.
Sorry.
Is this a question you need to enter?
Yes, I do.
Here?
Yes, I do. Can
We'll try to
Deputy
hold-
Mayor, can you
Yes, go
please
ahead.
repeat that? What did you say? Our tipping fees went down?
No, our tipping fees did not go down. Our tipping fees have been set through the lease agreement that we have with County Waste in South Troy.
And what's that dollar amount?
Right now, it was supposed to be $62.34. They had an error in their documentation, so for this year, it is $62.21, and it's going up next year to $62.61. I'm sorry, it was supposed to be $62.34. They're giving us their erroneous number, which is $62.21. For 2021, it's going up to $62.61.
So you're saying 61.
So we're at about $62 a ton, $62 and change a ton.
Okay,
And
thank you. That's all I need. Thank you.
Yep.
Great.
Awesome. So at the Alamo, which I know everybody's been waiting a long time for, as we have as well, all of our paperwork has been submitted to the DEC. We're awaiting approval on it. This will allow us to do more user-initiated, resident-initiated diversion, which will allow people to do what's called debulking of their garbage, taking out items that shouldn't go in the trash anyway and directing them to where they need to go. This will be a city staff facility, which Tom and I will both go into when we go over the budget numbers. as to why we are adding staff on. We want to have it properly staffed and be able to do it in a sustainable manner, in which that we're doing it as our own department, that we're not getting supplemented by other departments, which would cost more money for the residents. We'll be offering to the city residents as available at no cost wood chips, pallets, and logs. We already have wood chips that are ready to go that have been shipped, and as soon as we have approval from the DEC, those will be available to residents for pickup. The other items as well will be available will be given out as they are available. Something else that we've been working really hard on this year that will have impact on parts of our budget in a positive way. Household hazardous waste, we're currently negotiating with 2 other municipalities to co-host additional events. One of the things I've gotten lots of calls on over the past year and a half that I've been here is that people want more household hazardous waste day events, but we want to manage our costs with that. So by partnering with other municipalities, we're able to do that without it costing us additional. We'll be able to spread out the number of residents per event so that it will be at our events and it will be at their events as well, with no additional cost for us for staffing or for additional processing expenses. We're also working with a municipality about doing a compost pilot. Again, it's incurring very, very little expense and a huge return on it. Anything that we do as a compost pilot is at a tipping fee that's approximately 1/3 to 1/2 the cost. So it would be a significant amount of dollars that will be saved by doing programs such as that as well. We'll also explore other opportunities for shared services as we go through the 10-year plan. We're very proactively approaching all aspects of our 10-year plan, not the least of which is education and outreach, which we'll also address later in the presentation. So, Tom, you're willing to take this one on?
Well, I can't tell you the truth as far as what we talked about with the present staffing right now and the paid system. I don't really recall what we talked about as far as you had made an additional sheet on the bottom as far as the manpower goes.
Yes. Okay. Go ahead. So at the present time, right now, we've got departments that are each handling specific items and not everybody handling everything. The efficiency level of that is greatly diminished because if you've got some folks that are doing bulk, some folks that are doing leaves, some folks that are doing recycling, and then whoever's left over to do trash, it doesn't maximize the number of people that we have in our team. Whereas if we have everybody doing all services on Monday, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, everybody does trash and recycling, it really maximizes the amount of staff that we've got, gives us a better bang for the buck, and it diminishes the workload for each individual at the same time. So right now, as the mayor has said, despite our best efforts, our recycling percentages are still very, very low. And by doing a pay-as-you-throw program, it will increase the recycling by thousands and thousands of tons. As you see in the numbers here, that's equal to about 11,000 metric tons of a carbon dioxide equivalent, or the equal of taking 2,100 cars off the road on an annual basis. That's not a one-time change, that's an annual change. So, what happens if we do this? If we do this, we hire a firm that manufactures and distributes the bags. I do have some bag samples here, but I don't know how well they'll show.
I'll do the bag lady. I'm sure that'll get repeated on social media. So the green bag, this is the size that you would normally buy at the grocery store and put under your kitchen sink. Okay, so this is your 13-gallon bag. This is the one that if you have the rollout like I do under my kitchen sink, and that you only fill it up a little bit, and then when it overflows, you take it out and you put it in your garbage can. This is the bag. This is the $1.25 bag. And then Steve is holding up the 30-gallon bag. 30-gallon? Yep. Yeah. 30-gallon bag, which is the larger bag of which most people would put, like, your donation clothes in, that you put in the donation bin at the fire department.
And it will hold somebody my size if you squat down in it. It's a very, very large bag, and it holds at least 2, if not 2.5 of the other bags. So I think what people need to be mindful of as they're looking at the bags is the fact that a lot of people take partially full bags and dispose of them partially full, which is neither effective nor efficient. So this is a big answer to the questions that were coming up earlier. The residents buy the bags at the stores they shop today. They don't have to buy it separately, they don't have to go someplace special, and we don't have to count them. You pay for the number of bags that you buy at the store, and that's all.
That you'll use.
That's it. So the bags that you use are the bags that you buy, and that's all. Collection personnel will collect the official trash bags and the other trash bags as well. So there'll be a notice given for the first and the second violation. The third one will receive a fine. The bags are still picked up. That way we're not facing rodents and infestations and insects, and our collection efficiencies occur as trash tonnages drop. So what that means is there's less go-backs. There's less times that our guys or our folks or our staff are going to have to go back to the curb and pick up more additional bags, which saves us time, it saves us fuel, and it saves us in measures of efficiency. At the end of the month, we receive the bag sale revenue, and it saves money at the landfill. The city reconciles what its revenue is, and that's all. So, I'd like to share a video with everybody, if I can make this work. And this is how it really works in action.
Are you going to be able to do it?
You probably have to mute the phone and put the sound on.
I'm going to go ahead and take over the screen sharing to share the video, if that works.
Yep, go ahead.
Here's the disposable gloves and the handy.
These are some heavier ones here.
I would use those guys.
Yeah, use the heavy ones.
You know how it is. Yeah.
Make sure you got a right and a left.
Today we're doing our first ever waste audit. We have a group of students coming in to go through selected bags of garbage that we collected this morning by our grounds crew and facility staff.
We have bags from all over campus. They're all labeled. We have them from offices, from the dorms, from the dining halls, and from the academic buildings. We have one from the library too, I believe.
This is from a kitchen, so this is a dining hall area.
I'm kind of nervous about it, but I think it'll be fun in the end to find out what exactly goes in.
Wow, someone really does like pies. This whole pie.
We have small tomatoes. Lots of mixing bags.
We're going to open the bags, we're going to rake through them, and then we'll sort them into the categories where they belong. So we have a category for mixed paper recycling, plastic, glass, and aluminum. We have a category for food and one for regular trash.
Hi guys.
So this came out of the dining hall. Okay. We just finished our first bag and the results are in. And it was an 18-pound bag, and in that bag only 3.5 pounds could actually be considered trash. So today's a real graphic demonstration for all the students to see what's in their garbage. And so they can realize how much we could recycle and move out of the waste stream.
Okay. You'll have to your screen share. Great.
There you go. Hold on a minute. I got to get back to the right. Keep going.
Perfect.
Okay. There we go. So we use this with the permission of UAlbany Sustainability Department, who did this locally. We have them as a resource as well. Their executive director of sustainability is very willing to have dialogues with us. I've had several with her, and she's very, very helpful and knowledgeable with this information as well. So the other types of outreach and information that we'll be providing, one of the things that you already have given council approval on was for acceptance of a partial grant from Sage for Recollect, which is an online platform we'll be using. We'll also be able to submit a portion of that to the DEC for additional funding. Printed material, because one of the things I've had a lot of residents ask for is to make sure we're providing the same level of access to the same information to folks that aren't on the internet, and this particular software platform allows us to do that without creating corrupted files, which a lot of the other ones did do. We'll do neighborhood meetings as we're able and as COVID allows, webinars and Zoom calls just like this or any other, informational sharing with residents and businesses as best as we can. I've also spoken to Lamar, who helped us out when we did the changeover for bags, and they will help us with this as well if we're needed. And additional actions as we feel or as the council feels are necessary. These are the types of education that we're able to give in a proactive way, and it reduces the risk of misinformation. One of the things I find across the board is people make assumptions instead of calling and asking. I had several such calls today as an example where people just randomly had guessed on wrong information, like that we didn't allow private haulers to haul in the city unless it was 6 units or more. And I said to people, call me, ask me questions before you start posting things. I'm here as a resource. I'm happy to give whatever information I can share, and I'm happy to prevent whatever misinformation gets shared. So in principle, it's the same as electrical metering, as water metering, as gas metering. It provides a mechanism to do that efficiently and effectively. It increases recycling and it reduces waste. The savings fiscally are passed on to residents by lowering the annual solid waste fee. Our goal for 2022 is to reduce it again. So this isn't something that's going to be fluctuating up. This is something that we have the ability to control and to lower by the actions we're taking directly as residents. It increases the availability of the other sanitation services we provide, whether that's cleaning alleys, whether that's opening the Alamo. It's providing the services at the highest level of quality that we possibly can. It's fairer, it's less expensive, and it's better for the environment than any solid waste systems that are in use as traditional uses currently. And that is all.
So we'll open it up now if you have questions in regards to the presentation, and then after those questions, I think, unless Chair, you have a different thought process on that, and then we can open it, then we can go into the actual budget lines themselves, starting on page 178. Chair, does that sound okay to you, or do you want to go right into the budget and then encapsulate questions altogether?
No, that sounds good. Let's start with questions about the pay-as-you-throw system in particular, and then we'll go into the budget-related questions after the presentation on that.
Okay. I want to address the questions that came in already.
Do you want us to, we had a couple questions that came in through Mara. Do you want us to answer those questions and then we can jump to council, or reverse?
Yeah, no, that sounds good, unless any council members have pressing questions. But yeah, let's start with the ones that the citizens have submitted.
Okay, so one of the questions was, will folks over the age of 65 who have enhanced star exemption get the fee waived for the unit that they reside in? So that's the same as now, and they'll still have to apply as always. So there isn't any change to that other than that it will be a lower fee at the outset. Who will be responsible?
So all of the, we are not planning on changing any of the exemptions. So the current exemptions that are in place will remain in place. We have accounted for that in the unit totals.
So it's just that people have to reapply annually as they always have. Who will be responsible for purchasing the bags, the owner or the tenant? That is entirely up to the landlord. So because the landlord is getting a significant break in what they're paying per unit, if they feel that it's going to be a hardship to their tenants to buy the bags, by all means, they're going to get better compliance from their tenants if they provide the bags. Or they can share the burden with the tenant, or the tenant can pay for them entirely themselves. I think we're going to find that particularly in units where people are absentee landlords, we're going to see some positive net effects coming out of this because it's going to make them more accountable for who their tenants are. Where will the bags be purchased? They will be purchased at all the local stores that you're purchasing everything else at now. Who will be fined if not in compliance? That would be the landlord because they're the property owner. And a significantly higher rate than what we're charged now was the concern that she had, and I said, no, that's pay as you throw. If you throw less, you're going to pay less. So that answers all the questions that were in this particular email.
There was another question that came in to me today, and the thought process I had in the questioning was that people felt that this is an additional fee. This is not an additional fee. The $136 is in replacement of the $180 fee that you paid this year. This is a new program. So I think that there was some confusion out there that this was another fee that was going to be added on. So just so it's clear, instead of $180 per year, you're going to be paying the $136 and then buying your bags. It is not an additional fee, and it's just to make sure we're clear on that as well too. I think just from the public comments earlier, as far as the invoices go, it's the same process as we generate invoices now. I think Renee went through in the PowerPoint and addressed some of the overtime issues, the injuries, and the gas. None of the employees that are doing work now will be doing different work going forward, with the exception of maybe just being a little bit more efficient about it and a different zone. There was a comment made about the only way to clean up the city is to bulk up city services and to collect garbage. That's exactly kind of what we're doing. We're bulking up city services, we're adding new employees, we're changing and making a more efficient process. I think even when they instituted the action team, they did that kind of a process as well. And then we are collecting garbage. That is the whole goal, and that is what the sanitation department does, is to collect garbage. So I think that and Liz echoed that one. Thank you, Marie, for your comments. I know Marie's been a big advocate of this as well, too. So that being said, no other questions came in? Okay, perfect. So we'll open it up to the city council.
I just did want to follow up on the where folks will buy the bags. You said the same places. Does that include grocery stores outside of city limits? Obviously, I think there are folks who shop at various stores, grocery stores outside of city limits, given the relative scarcity of grocery stores within city limits.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's our choice to actually ask the company to find out, to negotiate those terms with us. So yes, I would assume that Walmart and Price Chopper and those places just outside of the city limits in Brunswick, where a lot of people do tend to purchase their groceries and sundries, would be an option, as well as corner stores, hardware stores, Stewart's, you name it, if it's accessible. I know we have the concern about people who might not have the drivability, so we really want to make sure that they're accessible to everybody and available to everybody in their neighborhoods.
Okay, and then I think the question about invoices and how that billing would be handled. My sense is that some of that was based on a misconception around whether we'd actually be counting every bag, which we will not. So that side, I think, will be handled by the purchase of the bags. That being said, I think, at least at the start, I would assume there will be a not insignificant number of folks who are non-compliant. And I wanted to just, if you can talk a little bit about the structure for warnings and or fines for folks who don't have their trash in the correct bag, and how those fines are set.
So first of all, the model that we'll most likely go with is similar to what Binghamton is doing and has done for many, many years. We had significant conversations with them over that, that the first and the second time that they receive a warning, they get a yellow sticker, then a red sticker, and then the third time they receive a fine. So the only thing that becomes administrative at all would be also done by the account clerk, which is the role that they perform now in processing the violations. Steve has had extensive experience in working with municipalities, and it could be about the average number of violations or so in the first several weeks.
Sure. So in the, Steve, in the first week of the program, what we'll see is potentially in the neighborhood of a 1% non-compliance, and that could be people who are out of town when public education was conducted, which is why, as Renee had indicated, it's important to have a robust program of outreach and public engagement. But what we look at is a very low percentage of non-compliance initially, and that drops significantly if the city, what we refer to as, notices the violation. So you do the yellow sticker, you do the red sticker, you do a fine. As long as you notice, people understand you're paying attention, people understand the rules of the program, and they participate in the program. So non-compliance in the first week of the program is very rare, and it gets rarer after that.
can you speak a little bit about the public education, sorry, around actual sort of door-to-door, any sort of flying or stickering that you've seen successful in other municipalities, how that communication work? Obviously, we'll be doing everything we can to get the word out online and digitally, but not everyone's paying attention to that. How do we make sure to get to make sure everyone sees before the implementation date?
So first off, your speaking frankly, your intention to do the public engagement puts you ahead of most of the folks who compromise that one, who make up that roughly 1% noncompliance in the first week. Most communities do the city council process with regard to this pay-as-you-throw, and then consider that the public engagement process and allow that to educate folks. And they may do something in the newspaper, and they may do something on local radio, but generally speaking, it's not the robust, much more comprehensive engagement process that the city is envisioning. And so what I would envision is that process creating strong understanding from residents. When people understand, they tend to buy in. And then similarly, as I mentioned earlier, strong participation and quote-unquote compliance with the program initially. And so that's done through Zoom, that's done through meeting people where they are. So if people can look up this video online, people can find literature available online. You're making that available to people, you're pushing that out through some of the apps Ms. Panetta was referencing earlier. That's all really valuable stuff that the folks who comprise only 1%, who the cities and towns that have that 1% noncompliance, they didn't do that. You're ahead of the game. So you're setting yourself up for success from the get-go.
Additionally, Steve has said that we'll have access to his expertise and the collateral material he has. Everything that we have access to on Recollect, the software platform, we'll be able to download. I've already started speaking to several of the neighborhoods, and several of them are interested in papering to their neighbors. I want to be careful about how much paper is going out there, so we haven't got paper flying in the wind. So I want to be, aware of how we're papering, but we've got neighborhoods that are expressing interest in that as well. So really, we're very open to recommendations that council or residents have as to how to best reach out to residents.
Okay. Yeah, Council Member Ashley McPherson.
I'm sorry to jump in. Can I ask my questions?
Absolutely, go ahead.
Okay. The first one I have is, why hire a firm? And are you sending out an RFP for the firm? Do you know who the firm is now?
So the reason that we are going with a single source on this is because nobody offers the start to finish product, and the difference in the bag pricing is negligible for the amount of return that we're receiving on it. We do not have to do any of the accounting. We do not have to reach out to the stores. We do not have to service the stores nor provide the bags. There's a huge amount of liability involved in that. We would have to hold, I think, 960,000 bags and have it be held safely. There are challenges with that with all sorts of other material. The last thing I want to have us doing is holding on to inventory in addition to the other challenges that we'd run into with distribution and such. And the firm is willing to handle all of that, and that is already encompassed in the expense the way that it's been proposed to the city, to the council.
So you don't have to send out an RFP. You already have a firm in hand. Who is the firm?
That's Steve, who you've met this evening, and he's a single source provider because they are the only company that provides a start to finish product.
And he is also on the zero waste?
I'm sorry?
You're saying Steve in the room is going to be the firm?
Yes. It's Waste Zero is the name of the firm.
Waste Zero, apologize. And what's the fee that they're charging?
So the charge it's a per bag charge that is in the neighborhood of 30 cents for the large bag, 22 cents for the small bag. And as Ms. Panetta indicated, that encompasses the cost of the bag, storage of the bag at bonded warehouses in 2 different risk zones, transportation, insurance, getting the bags to the stores, handling returns if they over order, customer service to the stores, customer service to residents, support for the city in all regards, collection and auditing of the revenue on your behalf, remittance of that, and then a whole host of other services that are necessary for a program like this to be successful.
So as it is now, when someone goes to the store to purchase their trash bags, they can buy a box of 30 or whatever, 15, 20. Yours are going to be sold individually, or are you going to have them in the box, and the consumer, us that have to buy the bags, are going to pay, one box might be $2 per bag, and if there's $10 or 10 bags in there, we would pay that amount? How are you doing that?
So great question. So the way it is typically done is the bags are sold in what's called a sleeve. Unhelpful because we're not in the same room, but it's about as thick as my forearm. So maybe, depending on the bag, large or small, maybe 4 inches around or so. And if it's the large bag, it's typically 5 bags per roll. And if it's the small bag, it's typically 10 bags per roll. So at $2 a bag, it's $10 for the large, and then $1.25 times 10, $12.50 for the small.
I'm sorry, you said, I'm trying to write as you're saying this. So you said there's in the $2 bags, it's 5 in a bag, and in the $1.25, it's 10.
Typically, that's correct.
Okay. Is that what we can anticipate, or is that going to change, or is that going to?
Well, if the city said, listen, we'd like 4 bags and 9, or 4 and 17, or something like that, that's doable.
Right. No, I'm just asking. I want to know what exactly your role in this is.
So Kim, an important factor is that we're able to customize this however we want it to look. Steve isn't going to dictate the terms of it. We, as the city, are able to determine that. And if that needs adjusting down line, we'd be able to do that as well.
Okay.
So
I'm just trying to get an idea of how this is going to roll out. So my next question is, hold on one second. Okay. So I'm gonna go on. How are you going to manage this? In my district, I have a lot of multi-homes, and there's a lot of other areas multi-homes. How are you going to handle this with the multi-homes? I think you said you're going to have the landlords are going to be responsible to buy the bags. It's going to be their decision on how to tell their tenants how to put this out. If they don't, the tenants don't comply, and you said a fine, what is the fine going to be?
So the backing it up a little bit, the landlord can determine whether they are going to buy the bags or the tenant is going to buy the bags. In your particular district, you know, if there are residents that are struggling financially and the landlord is not providing them with bags and has gotten a huge discount on their solid waste fee for the year, then they're going to have to pay one way or the other. Either they can provide bags, or if their tenants aren't using bags and can't afford them, they're going to pay a fine in the end. And so,
what's the fine?
It will vary. So the fines as they're set right now for dumping, I believe they go on a sliding scale 100 up to 250. And for compliance with the garbage bags, I want to say that they're starting at 75 and going up, but I can get back to you with the specifics on that. I don't recall exact dollar amounts.
So the first, you're giving me a couple warnings and whatnot, and then the first fine, you're going to say, okay, you're fine now. You put 2 bags out and you didn't use the proper bags. So that homeowner, or not homeowner, or homeowner, or that landlord or whoever is going to be fined $75 per bag, or just a $75 fine?
So there's the existing code structure, the existing violation structure that's in the code now, and it's under code 247, has not been changed. So it's the same fine structure that we have now for somebody who doesn't throw away garbage correctly as well.
And we're also in the process of modifying both 247 and 188 so that it accurately reflects a changeover to the pay-as-you-throw. But we wanted to do our budget presentation before finishing working on that process so that we could give the time and the effort to being able to answer all questions in case there's anything else that needs to get integrated into those ordinances.
Okay, I would really like to get a clarification on the fines, if that's possible, please. The next thing is, if these fines are not paid by the tenant, by the landlord, because I'm assuming you're going to fine the homeowner, the landlord, the property owner. If they're not paid, are they going to be assessed on their taxes?
Yes.
And does a special law has to be applied to do that, correct?
No.
No, it's
The law already
levy.
exists.
Yep, that's already within the ordinances.
Okay. I'm almost done for now.
Any questions?
You were saying that the fee is going from 180 to 136. Now, my conversation that I had today was that the 136 was going to be charged as of January 21 for January, February, March, was going to be a $136 garbage fee. Then starting in April, it was going to be for the bags. Is it going to be an additional 136 at the end of the year? Or is this 136 staying as 136, or is it going back to 180 in 2022?
So the 136 covers January 2021 through December 2021. And the wording in my email was wonky, I suppose. The 136 has the 3 months of the current operational method. And finances and operations cross when you go to the pay-as-you-throw. April to December is under pay-as-you-throw operationally. If the city was to have pay-as-you-throw on January 1st, and I believe Councilmember Zalewski asked this question last week at the General Services meeting, or at some point, at one of the budget hearings. The fee, if it was January 1st, would be roughly $16 to $18 less per unit for the whole fiscal year. But because pay-as-you-throw is starting on April 1st, the fee then becomes $136 because there's 3 months at the current operational structure, which means the financing structure has to mirror that to have revenues match expenditures in the garbage fund. So it's just $136 per unit for the whole year.
So is that going to change in 2022? Are you changing it back to 180?
No.
In
2022, our goal is to lower it because it will be a whole year that will be pay as you throw.
Okay. And Councilman Zalewski, I'm sorry, you can roll your eyes all you want. I have a right to ask these questions.
I'm not rolling my eyes. They made it very clear that the fee would go down, and then you're asking about it going to 180. That doesn't make any sense at all.
Because I didn't understand, so I asked the question. I have a right to.
Right. The fee would probably go to
my
120
next question is,
by subtracting about the $16 off that they're talking about, that Andy just mentioned.
so can you explain again, how does it, the cycling, how you were saying, so on Mondays, you're going to do bulk pickup. So people are going to have to schedule for the bulk pickup.
No, no, you don't have to schedule anymore. So what's going to happen is any services that you currently receive from the city that may be on a schedule or that may not be on a schedule, all of those services the city will be divided into 4 zones, and the first Monday is always going to be one particular zone. The second Monday will be another particular zone, and so on and so forth. All services other than garbage and recycling will get done on Mondays, 1 zone per Monday per month.
So are people going to be charged for the bulk pickup still?
Yes.
So they don't have to call, they just put the stuff out?
For that day, yes.
For
correct.
that day?
Yep.
And then the city will bill them for whatever they pick up as the bulk?
Yep. So it'll be a much simpler process. There'll be a lot lower of a burden of calls getting inundated by Donna, so I'm sure she'll be grateful if the change is made. And it will be a much more streamlined process all the way around.
Okay, I'll let someone else take some questions while I write the rest of mine. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Councilman Zalisky.
So first of all, overall, we've been talking about this for a long time, and I definitely like the idea. As a household that produces very little garbage, in fact, we put out one can maybe every 3 weeks. Our recycle bins, however, end up being full every single week. And I say bins because we actually need 2 recycle bins to manage the amount of recyclables that we have every week. So my question is, will we issue those larger, usually they're green, these larger, almost the size of our garbage bins themselves, will we be issuing the larger recycling bins for our residents so that we don't have these very small bins that are overflowing with recyclables? Because the assumption is we're going to create a lot more recycling as a result of doing this. So what can we do to manage that better?
That's a very, very good question, and we've started becoming proactive on that in an economical way. Right now, we have the opportunity to give you 16 or 22 gallons. Unfortunately, they do not have the lids yet, and I say yet because for us to be able to change over to the types of bins that have the lid, we have to be able to have adequate trucks to be able to do that. We also have to be able to have the budget to be able to do that. Those cost approximately 3.5 times the cost of the smaller bins that we're using now. So this was not the budget cycle to make that change in as well. So that we're hoping over time, as funding sources open up, there are some grants for that, but they're not enough to cover the number of cans we have to order for the city. So we are accommodating as best we can by going to the larger units for the recycling, and we will give out as many as a resident needs. And Tom and I have already discussed, based on the turnaround time on orders, that anytime we get down to around 100 of those containers, that we'll place an order immediately thereafter so that we won't have any lag time in delivery of those. Okay,
so what you're saying is then if I as a resident want to use the larger ones with the lids, we're going to have to purchase those ourselves?
For the time being, yes.
Okay. I also just want to mention, I had a comment come in from one of my constituents, and his name is Cameron. He said that education is very important, as you've already mentioned, Renee, but specifically around what is recyclable and what is not. We'll have to make that very clear to residents so that people are doing the right thing. You can't, what we don't want to have, and I guess I should ask you this question, as a program like this rolls out, there's the potential for people just taking anything and throwing it into the recycling bin, saying, geez, I don't want to think about this. I'm just going to take everything important into the recycling bin and not use the bags at all. How do we work around that? Obviously, there's going to be some type of fining structure if you're throwing true garbage into the recycling bin, but how do we handle that?
That is a great question, and part of the answer is with the Recollect, with the software platform, all of the information that we put on there, and this is an app that people can download on their phones, they can just look at it on the computer, they can have notifications sent to them. Everything that you can possibly think of, they can put information on there in terms of where it gets disposed of, whether it's in the blue bin or whether it's elsewhere. So between that information, the information that Steve will share with us, and the skills of Tom and his staff, we'll ought to be able to capture just about everything that is going to become problematic before it becomes a problem. That was really our decision in approaching it in the way that we did, doing the pay-as-you-throw at the same time as the software.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I had a question today asked of me with respect to the how this new program would affect the large trash cans that are currently lifted by the trucks. Will we be using those at all, or is it totally just staying in the bags?
No, the cans that people are using would still get used. It would still be tipped the same way by the automated truck, and lifted by the other, the rear tipper trucks and lifted manually on those trucks that lift it manually now. What we're hoping to do is over time to right-size cans so that we're not just using the 96s, but again, we have to have standardization of equipment before we can standardize the supplies that we use on that equipment. And so until we have all of that in place, it's really hard to make all the adjustments at once. So we thought to do it in a fiscally responsible and appropriate way and stage it in would be more effective.
Thank you.
Okay. Council President Mattel?
Chair?
I think the Council President had a question, and then we'll go. Yep,
Okay.
go.
Cool. I have a few, and then I did hear Councilmember Gully, who's on with us, just to.
That's where that voice came from.
Yeah. A few things. I did hear earlier regarding the initial garbage fee and that it wasn't temporary, but just for folks' knowledge, in 2017, December 29th, I have the legislation in front of me. If you look at 234H, it was to expire December 31st, 2018. I believe the permanent garbage fee did call, as the mayor stated, for the solid waste comprehensive plan, but it was supposed to expire, just for the record. More importantly, about this proposal, I guess a couple things, Renee. I like the talk of shared services, streamlining services, more efficiency, sharing services with other municipalities for household hazardous waste. I like that. I like the idea of, going into the 4 zones, but I guess, my initial reaction to all that was, you don't need pay as you throw to do that. We should be streamlining. We should be sharing services. We should be looking to partner with other municipalities for household hazardous waste, et cetera. We should be looking to be more efficient. So in my opinion, it shouldn't be tied to the pay as you throw. And I applaud Tom and Chuck and the crews. I see them out there, and they are not in sync right now because it is not being streamlined. It is not being, the productivity is not as efficient as we can be. Recycling, we talked about that also. The pay as you throw, it's a good concept to get people to recycle more, but is it the ultimate answer? I don't know, because I have done quite a bit of research on this, and I have seen the pros, but I've also seen some major cons, and I actually have a couple articles as of late. Back in the 90s, the pay as you throw really came about and has gained some momentum, but now municipalities are actually backing off on the pay as you throw. And a couple things that I found from it was, for seniors, the pay as you throw was difficult for seniors to acquire the bags. Bear with me. There was some widespread discontent. There was quite a bit of folks who were actually taking their garbage, bringing it to their employment out of town. Some folks found that they were actually burning garbage in their backyard. I mean, these are some of the cons. Saying that, as I said earlier, I know the ultimate goal is to reduce our tipping fees, to get people to recycle more, but I'm not totally sold on the pay as you throw yet. A couple questions that I would like to ask. The first, as mentioned earlier, the council would, I believe, have to hire the retailer that is proposed to potentially work with us. And he did mention that they're buying the bags, I believe, for 30 cents for the large and 20 cents for the small. But then we're gonna turn around and charge $2 and I believe $1.25. So if you could explain, maybe I got that wrong and I do apologize if I did.
So, no, that's the cost to us as the city, not what he's paying for them. So they're the manufacturer and provider of the bags. The other piece that you had mentioned earlier, I'd like to go back and address that if I can, which was what's the benefit of going to pay-as-you-throw? We should be more efficient anyway. And were it that simple, that would be wonderful. But this gives people the financial opportunity to show a savings. So if you keep everybody at a higher fee, you're not giving them the opportunity to pay less by throwing away less. With a pay-as-you-throw, their rate of annual charge goes down because they're throwing away less. So it lets people manage that fee. It lets them have the experience of having the responsibility for what they're throwing out. And if that senior citizen only throws out one bag of trash a month, great, good for them. They're going to pay $1.25 a month, and that's wonderful. And if the accessibility is an issue, there are places, other cities, if I'm not mistaken, where in large facilities there is an outlet that they're able to buy it in. So if people wanted to buy bags in the facility that they live, and that's a facility that we're servicing as a city, then they'd be able to do that.
Yeah,
It's also something that
I get that. I do get that. And believe me, I know the object here. I get the concept. I'm not totally sold on it. Additionally, I wholeheartedly agree with Councilmember Ash McPherson. My major concern, we have, just thousands of tenants here in the city of Troy. And I know when this was first kind of rolled out a little bit, there was talk that the tenants would buy the bag. And it sounds like maybe that was backed off a little bit and now it'll be up to the landlord. And, I guess my concern there is the enforcement of that. And, right now we're seeing a real problem with enforcement of illegal dumping. We're seeing a problem with folks putting their garbage out too soon, etc. We heard earlier from constituents about the alleyways. Saying all of that, I don't see in this yet. Now, maybe in the legislation that will be proposed, because the council will have to adopt new legislation to adopt this program, but maybe in the legislation that'll be talked about. I just don't see the enforcement other than I did hear, we already have in the code, the code, the violation fees, etc. But I'm not sure if the administration, we haven't seen the proposed legislation yet. Do you plan to put some type of enforcement in that?
So just to clarify, Renee stated multiple times now that it's up to the landlord, whether the landlord is going to buy or the tenant will buy. That is a relationship between the tenant and the landlord, not between the city and the tenant and the landlord. So if the landlord would like to just pay the $136, he can he can put it in his lease that the tenant is responsible to buy their own bags, or perhaps he would like to be gracious and purchase the bags for his tenants. That's up to the landlord. That's a relationship between landlord and tenant. That's something that we don't get involved in. In regards to the violations are listed in. We already have enforcement. We have litter patrol officers now. If you reviewed the proposed budget, you will see that we added an additional litter patrol officer as well. So the enforcement...
Deputy Mayor, I did look in the budget, and it's interesting that you do mention that. I think that was a little bit of a low blow, but I will say, while we're on the budget, what is the addition of the solid waste specialist in your department? I believe, Renee, maybe you can talk about that with this also.
So do you have any more? So that is in the next part of the budget, but yes, there is an addition of the solid waste specialist. That is an administrative function. And then we also, in the enforcement side, have the litter patrol officer, which will join Frank and Eugene out on the streets to help with that workload, to go early, to go often, to make sure that they're continuing to write up these violations that we have talked about at numerous neighborhood meetings. So the enforcement is still a part of it, has been a part of it, and will be expanded upon in this current budget.
And the cameras as well.
And then the cameras, there is technology built into the budget to allow for some technology to be added to the vehicles as well to help with the violations of the operations of that. So since I know Council President wants to go into budget things, is there any other council members who have questions in regards to
Monica, I still do have the floor.
No,
saying that regarding the enforcement, Tom, I see your folks out there, they cannot keep up with it. They unfortunately want to be proactive, and I think it's more of a reactive. If this program is to be passed, and obviously I'm just one vote, but if the program's to be passed, which is to be implemented April 1st, which I think is ambitious, there's no doubt in my mind that a different type of enforcement program will have to be implemented at the same time. What we have right now is not working. There is illegal dumping all over the city. There is garbage all over the city. And, we don't want to recognize that sometimes. It's there. This is not going to help that effort if we don't provide the tools and the ability and a different strategy for Tom and his folks. So I do think hand in hand that the enforcement that is in place right now, much like the streamlining and everything talked about earlier, that can happen with or without pay as you throw. And I just think putting the cart before the horse could potentially be a problem. So the enforcement has to be worked on if this program is going to be passed by the council. Thanks. And, Chair, I'll ask some more questions during the budget. Thank you.
Yeah, just on that, certainly I think from my perspective, a core part of the goal here is if we can dramatically reduce the actual trash volume needing to be picked up, that's what creates a little breathing room to start reorganizing and restructuring in these ways. So I think that makes sense that they're coupled in this way. I did have a couple questions was it Steve from Way Zero? Was that correct? Sorry. The first question I had for you was just the actual average weight in pounds that you see folks being able to fit into a 13-gallon and a 30-gallon bag.
Sure. So based on so we're looking at the large bag in the neighborhood of 18 to 20 pounds, the small bag just north of 10 pounds, roughly speaking, per household in each bag.
Okay. Great. And then is Andy still there?
There.
Great. I wanted to check. This is for both you and Renee. First, is there already planned any communication in the bill? And then related to that, if we wanted to include more education, maybe even like a fridge magnet sort of thing in the bill, have you looked at that? And do we need to look at budgeting a little more for the mail costs to add material, like educational material like that, to the bill itself?
So adding it to the bill is a great way to get it out to everybody. I think that's a great opportunity. It isn't one I necessarily have thought of yet, but I appreciate the suggestion. Magnets, we do have a plan on some magnets. They were more for the composting aspect of it because they were direct informational, as opposed to this where I'm not quite sure how we would put that on a magnet. Haven't thought about it, but we could certainly consider that. And then we would want to assess that into the cost. We have figured postage in, which we'll go over in the budget. But certainly the idea of putting the extra piece of mail in with the bill, I think, would be a great opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah, and then are you now, have you already started putting stickers on every bin, or just, is it still just a flyer that you give out with the bin on what can be recycled? Because obviously I think that'll be a big part of the education.
That's actually something that we had budgeted for, but haven't got it developed yet, because once we have assessed all of what's going into the bin, right now, the only thing that we've had access to is a very standardized one from County Waste. They're still going to be the facility that will be processing it, but I do want to get more information and make it more customized for us, which we have the next couple months to be working on. But definitely, as we give out bins, I think that's a fantastic idea as well.
Great. And then let's go back over to Steve for a second. Based on the discussion around mailing, have you ever seen, and does your facility have the capability theoretically to attach a 13-gallon, a single 13-gallon bag folded in a way that can be mailed, so that we can provide your first one in the bin, in the mail at least, so that folks can see it, can feel it, can understand how their trash is supposed to be going out.
Yeah, it is possible to do that. That's not something that happens through the manufacturing process regularly, because, as I mentioned, the bags are coming in sleeves and rolls. So those rolls can be broken, and then the bag's folded and put into a mailer or other delivery device. That's entirely doable, but it's a break from standard manufacturing and all that.
Okay. I mean, is the mechanism there? Would it be essentially a manual process, or do you have? Is there a process to do it on the?
It would be a manual process. We typically work with sheltered workplace environments to assist with that, but it is entirely a manual process, yes.
Okay, interesting. But you have done it, it sounds like?
We've done it. We work with about 800 communities. I think we've done it for a program like this twice. We have done it, yes. And then there are communities that have simply done it on their own. We give them, a large number of bags, and then they simply do that on their own with their own staff. That's happened more often.
Okay, thank you.
Chair?
Yeah, was that? Oh, I just remembered that Jim Gully had said something at some point too. So
Okay.
I wanted to give him an opportunity if he's on the phone. Sorry, Jim, it's hard to, since we can't see you, but I did want to give you an opportunity if you did want one, and then I'll go to Councilmember Ashby Pearson.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. Can you hear me?
We can.
Well, everything seems to be working then. All right. First, I want to say Tom, Renee, administrative staff did a great job of putting this together. I like the concept. I'm just questioning the value to the taxpayers. And I know that we talk about saving them on the tipping fee, but the impact to their monthly budgets will be adjusted, because now we're going to have residents, for the most part, buying those bags, because I'm sure our absentee landlords and our distant landlords are not going to be that gracious to put the bags in their tenants' hands, especially with these multi-unit places. And I'm a little worried about that. And I think with that comes a value in the education that we reach to the residents. And Renee, I know we had discussed this a little bit, and I think April is a very aggressive time, because everything I've researched says that once everything is in place and started, it would take at least 3 to 6 months to get a percentage of people on board, and they would have to have that specific desire to want to recycle or do things a little differently. And we know that we have some individuals living in the city who just drop their bags out their side windows into their gangways, which is unfortunate. So how, along with just a flyer, because when we send out a piece of paper, of course, most people don't read it. My question is, will there be some sort of educational process through social media, maybe like a YouTube video or something that could explain it? Because people are more apt to pop on a site and listen to it rather than read the printed material. So that would be one part. And in that flyer, are we discussing what the real true goals are of this program, so that they can see what a value it brings to them in the long term when they get when they get used to the process? Will they see that long term that long-term value, and will we educate them so they see that? And are we going to, at some point, add any complementary programs to the process? Because I know a lot of people that are doing the pay-as-you-throw are adding in some different type of program, like maybe it's bulk or something. I talked to Monica about that also, that maybe we should look at that, some sort of complementary program or incentivized program for reaching a milestone. So that's my first question, and I do have others, so please don't just go to somebody else. Let me finish what I got to do.
Good. Okay, so in answering that, I think that YouTube is a great idea. What we want to try and do is reach out and as many multimodal ways as possible. You know, having come from working for a school district, one of the things I learned there is you want to approach people in the way that they learn. And so our goal with this is whether somebody is a tactile learner, which is why we brought along bags that we can hold on to and touch, or whether somebody's a visual learner, or whether somebody learns by reading, that we're able to reach people where they are. That's why we're also looking to do it with an online presence as well as with papers that are being handed to people as needed. Does that answer your question, Jim?
Part of it, yes. So I guess, you know, with something new like this, I've noticed a lot of the municipalities and townships that have moved towards pay-as-you-throw, they do like a selective test area first to process and see how it engages the people and how it evolves, so they can work on their mistakes before they just do a blast out to 50,000 people in a city. Has there been any consideration to that? And if so, what was your results or your resolve on that thought?
I'm going to let Steve answer that question because he's done this with 800 municipalities, and I have not.
So across the 800 communities we work with, we've not had one of them do a pilot first, sir. There may be other waste programs where there are other waste programs where folks do a pilot, such as a curbside compost program. You want to pilot that first. There are a variety of waste-related programs where there is a pilot done, but we've yet to work with a community that has done a pilot on a pay-as-you-throw program like this one.
And so, Jim, one of the things that we'll discuss when we get into the budget is the compost that we are planning on doing as a pilot. So in the areas where we can do pilots, we will, but as advised both by Steve and by other municipalities, there was no recommendation put forward that would be advantageous to us as a city.
Okay, thank you. My next question is for Andy. Andy, when we start the process and the bags are being purchased, at the end of the year, we see that we have additional revenue gained by the additional purchase of bags, way beyond the cost of the sanitation program. Where does that funding go?
It stays within the garbage fund. The garbage fund is a completely separate entity from the general fund, or the water fund, or the sewer fund.
So the goal is for year one to net out at zero. If we don't net out at zero and there is additional funds left, that will offset additional programming in the future. But that way, there's less funding that needs to be done in the future. And additionally, in 2022, we're hoping to lower the fund. So that will additionally impact that.
But also keep in mind that, Jim, just to add a little bit, so just keep in mind that if people are buying extra bags, there's extra tip fees too. Okay, so just keep that in mind, because if they're buying extra bags, they're throwing garbage away, and that's driving a tip fee as well. So just make sure you understand that.
Oh, trust me, I do, and I think that's.
I know you do. I know you do, but I know you do, but I don't. It's not like I just want to make sure that people understand that there's a correlation between people buying a bag and throwing it out means that there's an expense the city has to cover.
No, I understand that, but so the additional revenues would then be used towards the next year's fee, credited towards next year's fees, and continue to lower the fees. Is that what would happen with that additional revenue, or will it be held for future use within the program?
It would go with it would go into the fund balance of the garbage fund, just like the water fund or the sewer fund or the general fund. The budgeting philosophy is not to use. I'm going to say this, and then I know the reaction, so I'm just going to say it the whole way through. In a normal year, you should not use fund balance for recurring operating expenditures. And I say that knowing that the 2021 general fund budget does have a general fund balance appropriation but that mirrors exactly to the 10% reduction in state aid. So I say that to also caveat that I am aware that the 21 budget does have that in there, but like we talked about a couple weeks ago, that is entirely because of COVID and has its own mitigating circumstances. In a normal year, you should not use fund balance to pay for recurring operating expenses. Fund balance, though, can be used for, take the water fund, for example. For years, the water fund balance has been used to fund vehicle purchases and other capital projects that have gone on within the fund. Once the garbage fund balance reaches a threshold that is adequate in the eyes of myself, the administration, and also the state comptroller's office, then the fund balance could be evaluated to be used for those such purposes. I hope that answers your question.
It does, Andy. Thank you. I've often stated this, that maybe we should consider utilizing our sanitation truck drivers more, because I think there's going to be a lot of follow-up in a lot of different places in the city as if this program gets passed and it gets rolled out. I have a couple of concerns. Nothing major, but still concerns. In our neighborhood, I know a lot of people, when they go out and buy 20 bags for $5, they're more likely to go out and clean around their house and clean their alleys and do some things and pull a bag out and go out. But now that they're going to pay $1.25 to $2 a bag, I'm thinking that this could deter a lot of our residents, especially ones that might be a little frustrated over this program, from going out there and actually working around their homes and in their alleyways and their streets to do the things that they were doing, now that they have this bitterness saying it's going to cost me a bag now to go do this work. And I just see that as a slight disadvantage for us. And the other thing I'm concerned about is the absentee landlord who doesn't give two squats about his tenant. And we've got a mom in there with 4 or 5 kids. And you know how 4 or 5 kids eat, and there's 4 or 5 bags a week. And now this mom, who might need some help or services or has to decide which bill she's going to pay at the end of the month, will have a choice to make on what she does with her garbage, because there's no money left at the end of the month. There's more month-end money for her or him or a couple or a group. But what plan do we have? And will we be able to safeguard their existence in our city when they can't possibly afford the bags? Will the fine go to the resident, or will the fine go to the landlord for the misuse of that process?
So the fine goes to the landlord. There are other precedents that have been set to work with local agencies, so we could certainly do that. And as well, we can work with communities to do community cleanups. And I had a conversation with an individual earlier today about that exact factor. We don't want to penalize people who are doing the right thing. And so just like we give out bags for Earth Day, and that isn't at an expense to neighbors and neighborhoods, we can also work with individuals that are doing cleanups so that people can do the right thing in a conscientious way and not be saddled with having to pay extra for their bags. So that is something that I hadn't really put a lot of thought into in advance, and I was very grateful for the resident that brought that up. So that's something that we will certainly take into consideration and react in a positive way on.
All right, well, that's great to hear, because as you know, the NIP core committee is looking to invest in a program that was started back in 2006, and Kim Ash McPherson and I picked up on it last year, trying to get people engaged and respecting the alleyways as living areas. And we certainly will need a lot of bags for that. So I hope that Waste Zero is gonna going to donate a couple cases or so we can make that program work and maybe clean up some of the alleys ourselves.
All right. Are there any further questions about the pay-as-you-throw program itself? Yep. Council President Ashley McPherson.
I do have another question. Jim just to piggyback off of what Jim just said, Councilman Gully just said, when you're talking about fining, and I hate to go back to it, but you're fining the landlord, how are they going to be held with the fine? Are they going to be able to dispute it because they're not responsible to pay for their tenant? How is that going to work? Am I saying that clear enough? So you're going to fine the landlord because his tenant isn't using the bags. So he's going to come back with, hey, that's their responsibility. You shouldn't be fining me. So he can say, I'm not paying that fine. I'm just trying to see how that's going to work.
So the tenant education is something that we're planning on helping with, but it is the responsibility of the landlord. And so under our ordinances, it states that it's the responsibility of the landlord. We will enhance the ordinances to reflect everything having to do with pay as you throw. So 234, 247, and 188 will all have change. I'm sorry, no, it will be 247 and 188, not 234. So
and how are you going to enforce that?
The same way
we can't enforce our code issues now. So how are you going to enforce the landlord to pay that fine?
Because that's going to be levied onto their taxes if they don't pay it. Yes, they can dispute it, but they're going to have proof. And if we do successfully get approved for having the on-vehicle cameras, as well as other technology advantages, then they're going to have to be disputing something that there's literally a picture of. So there's going to be a lot less room for argument.
Okay, so then my other question is, and I know there's many other that have this issue. So when I place my garbage out in my can on Monday evenings, I have a bus company behind my house in the alleyway. And though the bus company puts garbage in my garbage can, and it's loose garbage. So the garbage man comes and he takes my bags out of my can and all the loose garbage is left in there. So now I got to bag that up, and it's all different, styrofoam bottles and whatnot. How is that going to be enforced on people? Because usually I'm just separating it and doing it myself. But at this point, if I've got to pay for my bags, how is someone going to stop that? Are you going to have to call the police to patrol the garbage again?
So, so as far as the enforcement action goes, if it was something where, and I'm trying to split this out so I can, so as far as an enforcement, so in a scenario where maybe there was somebody who did put garbage, like an extra garbage bag in your bag, you called Frank or Eugene or this new person, they would actually come. What we've done in the past, and this goes to the enforcement action, is we do everything in our power to determine where that garbage goes to the point of even opening the bags and looking for mailers, looking for addresses, looking for a box, looking for something that associates that garbage with the proper owner. And then, but as far as like the loose garbage, Kim, or Councilman McPherson, sorry, I think it's more of a fact of we're also going to have to encourage people to have those conversations, even though they might be uncomfortable, with their neighbors if they are utilizing them. Like maybe, and I think I know which bus company it is maybe reaching out to them and maybe, or even letting us know that, and then we go and have a conversation with the bus company and say, we hear you don't have a garbage can, or you don't know about our garbage process, or do you have private collection? And then that's a way for us to go and have a conversation with that company and just say, you're not taking care of your garbage in this city and you're required to. Can you show us how you're taking care of it? And then maybe that's the conversation we have, and you can help us with that. And residents can help us.
And I've had those conversations, and I've actually put them in the garbage that my cans have been half filled, and I put them in another bag and brought it over to them. I'm just saying for anybody else who's going to get the garbage dumped, and we have it in the alleys, and you know that, and people are not going to be picking up that garbage and putting it in their bags because they're going to have to take an extra bag and they're paying for it. That's my concern there. So I get it. I'm not trying to be, I'm trying to look at all different scenarios on this, because this is not a simple thing as portraying to be, because it's really going to be a difficult thing for people to do. The next question I do have, and it'll be my last question, and I know I've had this conversation numerous amount of times. There are garbage cans that are given to many homeowners. North of Hoosick, we don't have that luxury of having garbage cans that are given to us. We have to go purchase our own garbage cans. So when you guys keep on saying everybody's got to be fair and pay their fair share, I think it should be fair that everyone has those garbage cans. So how is that going to be implemented?
So right now, there have been additions to the routes with the black cans that are in District 2, and we're going to continue to increase that. In terms of what we can pick up, it has to be on a route where there's automated tipping available, which is, how many of our trucks now have the rear tipper and then the regular automated?
6.
And so now that we have 6 vehicles that have that capacity, it's a matter of being able to budget for the number of cans that we need on automated routes. Unfortunate thing is not just limited to District 2. There are also other districts where, you know, they're just outside of the fair share in the downtown district that people are calling up and asking for cans, but they're on routes where we can't do automated. And so part of it is fiscal in terms of what we're able to provide via the budget and what we're able to afford through the department. And the other part of it is accessibility. So we're taking those factors into account. And as we improve with newer vehicles and as we're able to right-size cans, you'll see more of them out there. And we are trying to standardize it. It just can't happen all at once.
Right. And there's many, many alleys throughout District 1, District 2, and through South Troy that their garbage is placed in those areas, in the alleys, so the trucks can go through. So the homeowners in District 1 and 2 should be able to get those bags or the cans. So that's my big one of my pet peeves. So, and I've been discussing that for I don't know how many years. So thank you.
So Kim, I just one other thing, I just had Andy looked it up for me. The number of violations that we actually enforced and billed for this past year since January was 2,139. So just so you understand that we do issue violations, we are enforcing to the tune of 2,139 to date.
And I know completely that I have Eugene, who is the litter patrol up here in our area. He is out there. I speak to him on a daily basis almost. And he is out there because there's many violations. And there was probably could be many more than 2139. And that's a whole city, right?
Yeah, 2139. I just wanted to get you guys a number because I know we've talked about that in the past. And I know you guys like data like that. So I had Andy look it up. So, you know, just to make sure that people know that we are actually doing, you know, it was hard during COVID, don't get me wrong, but, you know, they're actively out. He and Frank are just busting their butts to get out there and actually do the proactive enforcement that you guys are looking for. They're doing it, and then we're just only going to expand that by being able to add a third person.
And I agree with you. They are out there, and also our community officer, Officer Mainville, he's out there with writing tickets as well for the violations. So I agree with that. Thank you.
Chair.
Yes, Councilmember Gully.
Renee, how are we going to train the squirrels and the crows to stop tearing open the bags? Since we can't train the residents to put tops on their barrels. I mean, I really think in this enforcement thing is what's really hitting a niche to me, because we can't even get people to put tops on their barrels, and we don't have enough people to go out and enforce that. I mean, how are we going to, you know, now we got to start doing some extra work here. How's that all going to fit in?
So I think that we'll get wings for the squirrels, and the crows, we'll have them loan the squirrels their wings. So that we'll have grounded crows and flying squirrels. So I think that that's the first move in that direction. Outside of that, seriously, the more outreach and education we're able to get behind and do, and as many outlets as that is possible. So whether that is through the council, reaching out to constituents, or the city, reaching out to residents, we're partnering with New Visions, a high school in the college. We're partnering with RPI. We're partnering with SAGE. So with all of the outlets that we're reaching out to and working with, we're hoping to really plaster the information in as many places as possible. And you know, as Anasha had suggested, putting information in with the bills gives that much more information. And so while there's not anything specifically that I personally am willing to do to those poor animals because they got to eat too, the recommendation that I would make is, you know, as we're able and as we are reaching out to residents, the education piece in terms of the storage and the containers, and that part of it not only is going to be working with the tenants, but also working with the landlords.
Can we require the landlords to have the barrels or just keep finding the landlords until they do for the ones that are multi-unit renters?
Yes, that's within our city ordinances. And so, again, going back to having that third litter patrol officer and having additional staffing for our labor team, that's going to give us the opportunity to be proactive on that again. Because sometimes it's just a matter of density with that many violations and with more, as Councilperson McPherson had said as well, there's more to get written up out there. By having that additional person and by having the additional staffing, we should be able to capture even more of that in terms of the enforceability. I've been going back and forth with a larger property that's up in North End about the fact that they don't have recycling at all, and per our city ordinances, that's required. And it was actually a tenant that had told me about it. And so, you know, it's a matter of everybody getting involved and invested and engaged with the process, and that's what's going to make it work better than anything else.
I'm happy to hear you put something in there to educate them on the barrels.
Great. I had one question that sort of came out of trying to sift through a few of the comments on YouTube. Certainly I've seen from a lot of folks concern around, you know, they're currently using 3+ bags per week. And this would dramatically increase their cost if they continue to use bags at that level. So I wanted maybe some anecdotal information from Steve as to how they see implementation in other municipalities. Are a lot of folks able to get their weekly trash production down to that sort of 13-gallon bag level once they start diverting recycling at a higher rate?
Yeah, what we typically find is a very significant reduction both in the weight of solid waste and the volume of solid waste. So the average household is using 1 bag of solid waste a week. Some use 1 a month, and some may use a little bit more as they need to. But when provided an incentive to reduce trash, people start to recycle more, and so you very easily could go from those 3 bags a week down to 1 bag a week without any difficulty. And we find that is the experience of every community we work with, even communities that have convinced themselves they're doing a phenomenal job on recycling, and they may be, they still see enormous.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. And certainly, from a cost perspective, that's where the line sort of falls as I see it from last year to this year. If folks are able to get it to the point next year where they're using less than 1 13-gallon bag per week, then they would immediately see savings, or 1 bag or less of a 13-gallon bag, and in fact maybe a little more. Whereas if folks are using significantly more than that, they may see an increase. And that's where this gets to the concept of fairness, right? Right now, everyone who's producing less garbage is paying for the folks who are producing more. And so that's, I think, an important part of the impetus here and the importance of it, to make sure that as we say, people pay as they throw. That being said, are there any further comments on the pay-as-you-throw system itself, or can we move into the budget lines for it?
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
I'll let Councilmember Zaluski first, and if you don't mind, thank you.
Great. Yeah.
I just want to know these bags. They're made out of plastic. Is that correct?
Good.
Yes, sir. Linear low-density plastic. Linear low-density polyethylene.
So they're not like special in any way where they would biodegrade faster. They're standard plastic like any other Glad plastic bag.
So you can get biodegradable bags. Unfortunately, they're roughly twice as expensive, and then they don't actually biodegrade in a landfill because there's not sufficient oxygen or water that's required for that biodegradation. So typically, if you're using a biodegradable bag, it's not for trash, it's for food waste, because then at least that gets put in a compost pile and can compost. So
sure.
We recommend the linear low-density polyethylene because it's less expensive, and it's going to do the exact same thing that a compostable bag does in a landfill, which is sit there and 300 years from now still look exactly like it does today.
Yeah. Okay. And then my other question is, you held the bags up. I don't know how strong they are exactly, but once in a while, like I might have some garbage, like maybe a piece of wood or a piece of metal that, for whatever reason, I didn't recycle. I tend to recycle metal, but let's just say some material that I wouldn't put into the plastic bag because I know it would just slice the bag open. The moment someone picked it up, it would probably just pull it apart. So we would typically, like, let's say it was just a large piece of wood, 2x4 or something. I would put it into the garbage can alongside the bag. Now, are we saying, going forward, nothing would, no extraneous garbage could be outside of the bags, or you get fined, or is there some allowance?
Good.
Ken, the example that you're using, I'm just going to pick apart for 1 second, because down line the goal is to divert that piece of wood. Within the next couple of years, we're going to also be doing a deconstruction permit, but for the time being, we don't have the opportunity to put construction materials in the trash anyway, so that could be a violation if it was put into the trash, and that's addressed within the code as well. So part of the education is making sure that folks who are well educated already about it are understanding this is what can and can't go in there. And so it's as much about diversion as it is about recycling, because really what you want to do is divert first and recycle second.
And the pickup of construction debris has been something that's been a long-standing addition to the code, not anything new with this, or even since we've started doing this process. It's been in the code for a while.
Maybe I used a bad example.
Yeah.
What about something that you would normally not recycle and is not construction material? Maybe like if you had bought a new LED TV with huge pieces of styrofoam. Now we don't.
Oh, I'm glad you used that example, Ken. I'm so glad, because one of the things that we're hoping to budget for next year within our budget is to get a shipping container for down at the Alamo to collect styrofoam in, because Shelter Enterprises is just across the bridge in Cohoes and will take it for us at no charge. So the whole idea of debulking the garbage, which I'd mentioned earlier, means to take that kind of thing out as well, because styrofoam, in addition to never degrading, also takes up a whole lot of landfill space that it doesn't need to, and is virtually weightless. And Shelter Enterprises will recycle that. It's one of the few places on the East Coast that will take consumer product, whereas a lot of other places, can't remember the name of the furniture store, Raymore and Flanagan, they have their own processing facilities where they recycle it, but we're fortunate enough to have some place where they're willing to take it from us at no charge.
So styrofoam, are you saying we should put styrofoam into our recycle bins?
No. And that's where it's confusing. So it should not go in your garbage, it should not go in your recycle bin. It will be brought down to the Alamo when the Alamo is open. So all of that consumer education and outreach we're going to have as part of the Recollect site, and then downloadable or sendable to people who want it printed out. So all of that information will be fingertip access or printed out access for people that want or need that.
That being said, it would not be a violation to have styrofoam in your trash. And
No.
I guess in this instance, you'd just be trying to, he'd have to break it down to fit in the bag. That being said, I think there is a relevant question here as to, it sounds like the plan is that anything that can't fit in a bag would basically have to be done through bulk pickup or through debulking by bringing to the Alamo. Is there any further options there? And maybe we could talk a little bit about just sort of the strength of the bag. If there's, say a broken glass in there, is that going to tear right through it?
So the bags themselves are designed for this purpose. They're designed to, as I mentioned, the volume of trash drops enormously. The weight drops a little bit less because people put a lot of material into the bags. We understand that. So the bag you're buying at a grocery store today is 0.9 mils, 0.9 thousandth of an inch thick. These bags are typically 1.5 mil. So you're buying today at 0.9. These are much, much, much thicker bags to deal with just those issues. That hopefully people are in a place where they're able to recycle glass. If they're not and it goes in here and it breaks, the bags are made to handle that. Now, if I take a Snapple bottle, break it in half and stab the bag with it, can I go through? Of course. I mean, it's plastic, it's not steel. But I don't yet to see anybody do that, right? So if the bags themselves have material in it, and there's glass, there's metal, there's other things, typically what we find is those other things help cushion the impact of those sharp objects. Sometimes the sharp object does catch and tear the bag. The bags are made so the slice, if the slice in the bag here, so it doesn't propagate through the bag. So that's one of the ways that we make the bag, is to try to keep that penetration local, rather than ripping through the whole bag so that a collection person picks it up and the bag just flies open into two pieces. So there are, we work with 800 cities and towns, thousands of pay-as-you-throw folks. They experience glass, they experience metal, they experience the construction demolition material that you all are trying to get out, but they're not. That's part of every program. And the bags, if you put 50 pounds worth of cinder blocks in it, you're going to tear the bag. But the bags are made to handle the normal everyday weight and normal everyday contents that we see in the 800 communities we work with nationally.
Okay.
Are they hefty bags? 3-ply?
They are 3-ply. Hefty is a brand. Hefty's CEO left Hefty to work for us. So they're not Hefty bags, but we have a CEO.
That's great.
There.
Actually,
yes. I think that was Councilman Gully, and then we'll go to the Council President Mantello.
From the dark side of the world. Renee, question. How was Waste Zero selected? I know we didn't do an RFP, so did we look at anybody else, or how did you make that selection of the company you were going to work with?
So first of all, there's been due diligence done by prior Solid Waste Advisory Board members. We also attended several other functions at which we had recommendations from other municipalities to talk to Waste Zero, and they are the only one that offers the start to finish product. Other folks only offer bags. So yes, we did investigate other opportunities, but the cost was exorbitant for us to manage all the factors that they're managing for us.
All right, great, thank you. I appreciate the information.
Okay, Council President Mantello.
Yep, I'll be very quick. We still have a couple meetings in front of us. Hey, Renee, you have mentioned the automated. So are we not, you're saying with our Black Barrel, are we going to use those trucks or no? Because obviously you had talked about the crews going into the Black Barrels, picking them up, throwing them in. So are the automated trucks not going to be used?
Wait, it's the multiple routes. So I'm not 100% clear on understanding the question, so I'm going to answer it to the best I can, and then Tom can jump in if I'm missing anything. So on the trucks that are automated, the bags are going to get tipped in with the cart tipper. So it will flip and tip the same as it was before. And the way that the bags that aren't compliant will get recognized is between litter patrol officers that are going in advance and between a camera system that would be deployed onto the trucks. Anything that's in that can is going to get seen by the rear of that truck. Am I answering the wrong question or the right question?
You also...
You're on, because I have seen the automated trucks come up in our neighborhood, and Tom will vouch for this. They'll pull the bags out and just throw them into the back of the truck rather than, utilizing the arm. So that was my question. Are the automated trucks still going, is the arm still going to be in use? And it sounds like the answer is yes.
Yes, it is. Unfortunately, when the guys do that, that's kind of like up to their own discretion. You may have only very minimal, a few bags in your can, so they're able to do that without using the arm. But the arm will definitely be in service, and we're going to continue doing that with the black barrels, all of them.
And Tom, I think Jim asked this. The automated, obviously, a lot of people, let's just say, I think it encourages maybe sometimes a little more garbage. What's the ultimate plan? Council member Zaluski, you should know, a couple of years ago, I sent pictures of exactly what you're talking about for the recycling, the actual big barrels where people can actually roll them. Because I do potentially see a problem for seniors. When I was researching this, the seniors do have a hard time, I guess, like picking up the bags, putting them out, because you are condensing the bags. The senior might have, 2 bags instead of their...
Into the black barrel?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean?
Yes.
A lot of people like the black barrels. They're 96 gallon. They're the biggest cans they're around. There are certain parts of the city that want the black barrels that unfortunately we're not able to provide that right now. But the people that have them, we have no problem. They have no problem with the black barrels that we provide. You may be talking about someone that there might be only that one person in the home. Maybe they only require, a smaller can, and they're able to do that on their own. We would definitely take that barrel away if they didn't need it.
I know one of the other things that we've been looking at, Council President, is the different sizes. If you've seen, like, some of the private haulers have different size cans for smaller household sizes and larger household sizes. I know that is something that we're looking at doing as well to expand. As we're looking at the recycling bins, we're also looking at the multiple sizes of the actual waste bins as well, too.
Yeah, that was a big conversation that we had as a solid waste board, was what was the most cost-effective way to start out by doing this. And so especially in a year following COVID, to invest in the cans when there are, the barrels, when there's very, very limited grant funding on receiving a rebate on it, I didn't feel that was fiscally our most responsible way of going into it, where I'd rather have 3 sizes of cans over a period of time. We need to have the equipment to service that, and we need to be able to afford to buy the cans. The long-range plan, Carmela, I really love the idea of getting lidded recycling bins. That would be my goal down the line. But right now, with the trucks that we've got in service and with the lack of standardized sizes, as Councilperson McPherson said, we've got to get all of the ducks in a row before we start replacing the ducks we've got.
Yeah, and that kind of goes back to the prior conversation. I think that this is ambitious. I am concerned about the domino impact on the tenants. And obviously major concern with the enforcement. So saying that, I still, have a number of questions, but it's getting late. And timeline, when do you anticipate to get the legislation to the council? Because that certainly is something that we're obviously going to want to discuss.
Yep, it's being, Rick is actually reviewing it now. The changes were sent over to him. He's going to review them. And then we're hopeful next week you guys should have it ahead of we want to get it to you, obviously, many days ahead of the actual meeting. So you have time to review it and ask questions if you need to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
One more question.
Okay, go ahead.
Very quickly, a lot of people, of course, get angry quick, and they talk about getting private service. So I tried to do a little homework there too. And for a company like Twin Bridges to come in, I'm told that the price will be $31.32 for 296-gallon barrels. So that would equate to any family that had paid $136 that would use more than 3.5 bags a week would actually get a benefit savings from going outside. My question is, if that happens, if that does happen and we start to lose our residents to private pickup, how will that impact this program? And what will be the fiscal impact if that starts to happen?
So right now, I can tell you from personal experience, county waste for one can, one barrel, that's 35 gallons is $364, and Twin Bridges is $280. And we that's a year. And so it would take a whole lot of bags to cover that. And we have a 35 gallon barrel for 6 people in a household, and it's usually half full. But we don't have the option of doing it twice a month. We have to do it weekly. So we frequently put out a very unfull can of garbage. So I think that the numbers are a little off. I know for our commercial building, it's a whole lot more. We're paying for 2 county waste cans $96 a month. I want to say between $87 and $96 a month. It just increased. So that adds up really fast. We've recently also had businesses in the city that are calling to say, matter of fact, I had a conversation yesterday about it. They're paying $285 twice a month plus a $20 fee for a lock for a dumpster. And they are paying that every single month, which I think equated to $6,900 a year. And if the city does their hauling, it's going to be $940 a year. So I think that there's a return on the economy. And if a resident wants to go to private hauler, they can, but there's very little fiscal return and there's very little opportunity to have any advantage there because there's not going to be a decrease in what their hauling fee is by removing more recyclables.
And also keep in mind, if they go to private collection, they don't receive the bulk collection rate. They would still be able to utilize the Alamo, but they wouldn't get the bulk collection or anything like that as well, too.
So how would we stop somebody from using the bulk collection if they had an outside source? I mean, if they called up, wouldn't we pick it up? If it was furniture or something that was put out outside of an apartment?
I mean, right now we wouldn't collect that if they don't pay the fee right now. We don't collect that from them.
The only other way to handle that, one of the things that I've got proposed, but it hasn't been put to council yet because it wasn't a completed process, was a memo of understanding for things like the neighborhood associations. So that's the only way to get a capture on something like that, because then you charge for the additional service, the same as you would for a renter. Right now, it's $25 flat for a bulk pickup for 2 by 2 cubic yards, right? For a homeowner, but it's 25 plus additional itemized for a renter, and that's the same thing we would do if we were working with the neighborhood associations. That's the same thing we could do for somebody who is not currently having having city trash haul.
Wait. So again, you asked about the financial impact if somebody went outside of the city to private collection. There really is no. I mean, they're not buying bags from us, and we're not throwing away their trash. So, I mean, as far as that concerns, it would lower our expenses, but also, I mean, it would lower our fee, it would lower our income, but it would also greatly reduce our expenses.
Particularly if it was our extreme users who are maybe producing more garbage than the average.
Sure.
Yeah,
I'm
I'd
sorry.
like to try to move on to the budget, but if we have final.
I got another question. I'm sorry. You're saying if a homeowner has a private hauler, they cannot utilize the bulk pickup? They're paying taxes. They have every right to use, if they're calling to have a bulk picked up and they're paying for it, they have every right to do that. You can't pick and choose just because they're not using the city garbage. I don't think you can turn around and tell them that they can't use the bulk pickup.
The garbage is not a part of the city taxes. The garbage is a separate fee that is based on a user fee.
This isn't garbage. This is a bulk pickup. They're two different things.
Bulk
Garbage is
pickup-
garbage and bulk pickup is items. It's not garbage.
It's part of the sanitation fund, and Councilperson McPherson, what I'm saying is we could put to council, if the council wishes to have consideration made, to do something like the memo of understanding that I would propose for the neighborhood associations, so that if somebody doesn't pay their solid waste user fee and they've opted for private haul, they can have that private hauler haul their bulk if it's going to be less expensive, or they could arrange with the city to pay what the tenants would pay, which is the $25 plus the itemized fee.
This is going to have to be another discussion because I think that's a lawsuit waiting to happen. I don't think you can do that. I mean, I really can't. They're homeowners, they're taxpayers, they're paying their taxes in the city. I don't know how you can say that they can't use the bulk pickup. That's penalizing them because they're not using the city sanitation garbage pickup. I don't understand that, so.
Yeah, I'll just say I have to agree with you on that. And certainly I think the bulk pickup the goal for me has always been to have bulk pickup be totally separate income revenue stream from the trash fee. The trash fee is really just supposed to pay for the services related to residential pickup. And so I don't know why we would look at it. I don't think it currently does. It certainly shouldn't be subsidizing the cost of the bulk pickup. That's a separate thing that should be funded through the pickup fees and through tax revenue, because of course everyone benefits from having not a lot of bulk sitting around, but primarily through the actual use fees. That being said, we can certainly continue that discussion at a future date. I'd like to move forward with the budget hearing. Let's see. I guess we'll start with the garbage fee calculation on page 178. There was the sanitation line is before that, but it's been zeroed out. I don't think there's anything to speak on that. Besides that, there were some expenses in 2020 despite it being zeroed out. So I did want to just check on that, and then we'll move on to page 178, garbage fee.
Hold on a second, Andy's getting situated.
All right, so 178, calculation of the garbage fee. First off, number 4, that spelling will be corrected in the final document. This is mirrored to just show this is done to show the calculation of how the fee is done. So the total expenditures in the garbage fund, their proposed budget are $4,571,000. We subtract out the other revenues within the garbage fund. Total revenue required from the garbage fee is just $2.3 million. We take the total units and take out, we project exempt properties or exempt units, and then we came up with 16,912, and it's just simply 2.3 million divided by 16,912 is $136 per unit.
Chair.
Yes, Councilmember Gully.
Andy, did I hear you say you take out non-taxable, tax exempt properties? Because I thought that everybody, including tax exempt, were included in these numbers.
We take out the exempt units.
So that's like the enhanced star, the two-family with the vacant property and the vacant buildings. Those, the three exemptions that are written in the code, that's what that is.
All right, I apologize. I thought that was non-taxable programs.
Understood. Glad for the clarification.
Great.
Chair?
Let's see. Councilmember Ash McPherson.
No, that wasn't me.
Oh, sorry. Who was
Not
that?
yet.
Council President Mantello.
Andy, you said the 16,912 units, correct?
Correct.
Okay. How did you come to 1.1 mil for the bag revenue?
I'll let Steve answer that.
That is the big question.
Sure. So the bag revenue is calculated based upon the expected bag utilization for residents who are participating in the city solid waste program. So based upon our experience and experience of a whole bunch of cities and towns who we work with, there's a fairly good census to how people in aggregate will generate solid waste. So we look at the experience of a whole bunch of other cities and towns, and then use that to develop a model which informs how many bags will be purchased by residents based on how much trash is generated.
And I'm just curious, like, how'd you come up with that?
So we took the city of Troy and its the amount of solid waste generated presently, the amount of recycling generated presently, looked at comparable communities, looked at all communities that we work with as well, and put your solid waste generation into the model that we've developed over the last 29 years of doing this, and then pressure tested that against a variety of potential scenarios, and that's what we developed. That's what was generated as a revenue assumption.
I'd love to see that formula. I really would. And Andy, where does the other 600K come from? So 1.1 in the local revenues will go toward the bags, and the other 600K.
So if you go to page
I'm sorry.
179,
Yep.
we've budgeted $125,000 for garbage violations. Increase that based off of anticipated increase for pay-as-you-throw, and also we've seen a significant increase this year in garbage violations. So it kind of it was a mixture of what we've been seeing for 19 and 20, and then also taking into account pay-as-you-throw. Bulk pickup, $240,000. Actual receipts in 2019 were $287,000. Merited the increase. The commercial pickup is the fair share. And then interest and penalties I budgeted for $70,000. I will acknowledge that 2019 was 119. Trying to the fee is has decreased to 136. So trying to find the middle ground there of a decrease in interest and penalties because of the decrease in the base fee, and then also interest and penalties is tough to budget.
Yeah.
And that's the funds. And obviously, quite honestly, you don't want interest and penalties, right? So it's not really a revenue account that you want to rely on.
Yeah. I guess I am a little concerned seeing that 50K jump in the garbage violations. I mean, essentially, we're trying to incentivize people. They're going to get hit if, they don't pay it onto their taxes. I get all that. But then, I just think seeing that 50K kind of scares me, because it's essentially saying, okay, we're going to implement on April 1st. And then we anticipate a jump in like $55,000 in violations. That kind of concerns me. And like I said, it kind of goes back to that enforcement. So, it just frightens me a little that, we're going to hit people, kind of hard going into this. Anyway, just my thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah, I
So
wanted to
just-
follow up on that. Oh, go ahead.
We've billed to date $159,000 in garbage violations, as we sit here today. And I understand what you're saying about the jump. It was a middle, I felt like there would be an increase in violations in pay-as-you-throw. I mean, again, it's like interest and penalties. You hope that there's not an increase, but there certainly, could be. So, and also, there's a third litter patrol officer in the budget. So that, just by nature, it's like what Councilmember McPherson said, that we billed over 2,000 violations to date, and there's certainly been the opportunity to bill much more. By having a third litter enforcement officer, there would be the potential, now you have the staffing to be able to write more violations. So it was a factor of consideration of all those elements.
So, did you say we're already at 150 this year?
$160,000 as we sit here right now.
160,000. So we're really not budgeting an increase. This is a conservative, particularly if we have another officer. Doesn't look like you're counting on any revenue from pay-as-you-throw. If they continue as they are with the current enforcement, and then add a third person to get a little more proactive on general litter enforcement, you're going to be well over this revenue number just with that. And then pay-as-you-throw, that allows us to be a little more lenient in the first few months of pay-as-you-throw.
I think that could be seen as that's a fair assessment. I mean, again, you throw all that in, and then you also have to remember that I'm very conservative when it comes to revenues.
Yeah.
It all gets factored in.
Certainly. And I guess I'd be interested from Steve. We heard earlier that our current fine level is around $75, which obviously is way more than the cost of the bags for someone who's non-compliant. I generally think, if we can expect to catch half the people who are non-compliant, maybe we should be charging twice what a full bin would cost for a violation, which would be probably more in the order of $20, $30 for a violation. But I wanted to check, obviously we don't want to end up with a situation where folks are just not complying and paying the fines. So I wanted to check with Steve sort of what the range of violations you've seen in other communities are, and how much is enough to incentivize compliance without necessarily hitting people quite this hard.
So typically we see in the range, so every community is different, every community's cost structure is different, every community is unique in that way. We oftentimes see in the $50 to $100 range for the first violation, ramping up maybe up to $300 or $500 for the third violation.
Wow.
What our experience suggests, though, is the vast majority of people understand that on the back end of violating the law is a fine or jail. No one's proposing jail. You have a very thoughtful process of cite, and then fine. And what we have found is in the low 90% of the time you cite somebody, that's letting people know you noticed. What happens is people realize, aha, they noticed, I bet they'll notice again. And so the recidivism rate is incredibly low for this because people notice that you notice. Then you give them a second warning, and then people are like, the people who didn't believe you the first time are now more likely to believe you the second time. And then, of course, the people who are particularly immune to understanding the relationship of how these things work get the fine the third time. We typically find very, very low fine percentage because people work through that process and understand. They know that you are noticing. They know that you care. And they also know societally that if I park there too long, I get a parking ticket. If I blow past the state trooper at 85 miles an hour, I get pulled over. That at the back end of violating a law is a penalty. If you're moving them toward that process, that usually you don't get many people in the penalty to begin with. So that's where our experience suggests the process you have set up will hopefully get very few people to the fining phase, because you've done the education at the front end, and then you've done the further education of, yeah, we mean it when we say use the blue bags, whatever color, and then you keep communicating that to people. So the fine structure that you have set up, I think is, no pun intended, fine, as long as it meets your needs, and if you feel the need to change it, I mean, I think that's fair and appropriate as well.
Okay. And then just to get back to the how that number, that 1.1 is calculated. I think we've budgeted for about 10,000 tons, maybe 10,400 tons in the residential pickup line. If I extrapolate from the budget number to the but divide that by the per ton amount, that's 10,400 tons. And I think from your previous, it sounds like we get about 200 bags per ton of the small bags. So we're looking at, just if we do that multiplication of 10,400 tons times 200 bags times $1.75, or just sorry, $1.25. And then if factored in a 90% compliance, that gets us to $2,347,000. So that's way off from 1.1. I just wanted to know sort of where am I off in my math there, or where are you being more conservative than that sort of basic multiplication out?
So with your rough math there, Anasha, I'd have to have you tell me that all over again so I can actually write it down and see where you came up with those calculations. So why don't we put together the breakdown of of the 1.1, and then we'll send that over to you?
That would be great.
Okay. And if you want to email me with that rough concept that you just came up with, and then I can also look at that and see where the differences are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what those notes.
Because you also have to remember that there is, there's the different weights, whether it's municipal, it's residential, it's bulk. So when we tip at the waste station, we have a tip receipt, and we know from the code on the tip receipt which category it goes into, and then Renee works with Colleen to be able to divide that up amongst the accounts.
Right. I'm just looking at the residential account, which I believe should be. Is there any trash in the residential account tipping line that is not theoretically going to be paid for with these bags?
Well, there shouldn't be, unless somebody, like in your first violation stages, like in your onset, while we're doing that, you're going to have some expense that isn't covered in a fee.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's good. And then, okay, so we'll look to get a little more details on how that number was calculated. And
right, but definitely send me what you just said, because I wasn't writing fast enough for that.
I will.
Chair, actually, I'd like to see the formula that the consultant also came up with.
Certainly. I'd like to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. And that would be a part of it.
Obviously, there's a formula. It's but we'd like to see it and see how it compares to what's in our budget. Okay, that being said, let's go ahead and move forward. Are there any questions on the trash fee calculation that we can answer now, or should we move that offline for those numbers? All right. Hearing none, we will move on to the revenues from the garbage fund on page 179.
So I think we just
a lot of this.
That. We went through the departmental income. That was where Andy was talking about all of that, the permits, the hauler permits that we've had conversations about. Gifts and donations would be the receipt of the
Reuben
grant, the Reuben Foundation grant, employee contributions to health insurance, if that's explainable, the state grants or the New York State DEC grants that we apply for on an annual basis, and then the transfers from the general fund, and then the debt service fund.
Okay, can you talk a little bit about how the transfer from the general fund is calculated and why that went up a slight amount, but not much?
It's the cost of Department 8170 less any expenses in 8170 that are reimbursable from the New York State grants.
Okay. So that is the municipal pickup section you're talking about, just for folks?
Yes, it's Department CL 8170.
Yep. Good. Then we will get into that further in the next section. Any further questions on the revenues, or can we move to the appropriations overview on 180, and then we'll go into each segment? All right, so 180. I did a little comparison to previous years. It seems like there's slight increases, but it's spread across several, but overall an increase of about 200,000 on the costs. Is that about right? And do you have any other notes on this page before we move into the particular lines?
No, it's actually easier to look at this fund through each department.
Great. Then we will move on to residential pickup on page 187. Right. I suppose we could. Do you have anything you wanted to talk about on the workers' comp and insurance pages?
No.
Okay.
Go ahead, you want to start it?
Good minute. Okay. So all of the 100 codes are as per contract requirements, with the exception of the new positions that are noted on page 190 and page 191. You'll see a change from MEO light to MEO heavy, and a salary savings is expressed with that because we're not adding additional benefits on any of that. It's upgrading of a position. It's the addition of a solid waste and litter patrol officer, which is on the opposite page, 191. So that covers everything in the 100 categories. Other equipment, 203, you'll see a large expenditure there. That's for all technology related to the delivery of the services. That includes the deployment of the cameras on the trucks and the back office, the stuff that goes with that. The 300 codes, it's kind of been robbing Peter to pay Paul for the 301 because that hasn't been established in the past. So that's an as needed, it will be provided. Other materials and services, that's because now with sanitation being its own private fund, expenses that are related to repairs for the trucks also generated from that fund. 304, there's a slight increase in the vehicle expenses, gas and oil, because we were over for 2020 because fuel and servicing expenses went up, and that wasn't, that we're budgeting for, so we avoid that overage in 2021. Postage had not been included in this account before, and there are bills that will be sent that are relevant to this line, so 402 covers that. Printing and advertising is additional collateral materials that are specifically directed to printing and advertising for residential. That will be partially offset by grant funding, so that's something that's captured in that way. 405, you'll see there's a significant decrease. That's attributable to the pay-as-you-throw specifically. Andy, you were services from other funds?
Yeah, so the 518067 is the payment from garbage to general for services used, rendered by the general fund to the garbage fund. There's 6 components to it. We've used the same formula since the creation of the garbage fund in 2019.
800 codes are contract requirements, so no changes there.
Chair? A question from, was it Council President Mantello?
Yep. I just want to take a step back. The 405, the tipping fees. We talked about this earlier. The comptroller's office, they're examination of the budget did highlight the tipping fees going down, about 240K. And they did just highlight it to let the council know we really need to monitor this. It's, in my opinion, it's an over 30% decrease. And with the pay-as-you-throw, I get it. We're hoping to reduce the tipping fees, et cetera. But I think that this is really, really ambitious. And I just want to let the council know that you'll see in the comptroller's letter, if you didn't read it, it is ambitious, but we obviously have to keep an eye on it with Andy and the mayor as we move forward.
I agree. I think certainly one of the benefits to pay-as-you-throw is that if the volume goes up or doesn't go down as much as expected, the revenue goes up in a commensurate amount, or maybe twice as much, depending on how you do the math. So we'll look at that math, and certainly I agree it's something we'll watch, but certainly hope to see if the program's implemented correctly, that we'd see it.
Yeah, it was just an FYI.
Yep. Great, thank you.
You want to move on to 8170?
Unless there's any further questions here.
You want to do that one?
We're doing great.
Okay, so in 8170, all of the 100s are going to be as per contract requirements. The 304 line has been an increase for the same reason as in the 8160 because of underages this year. Decrease in the tipping fees due to the reduction with pay-as-you-throw. Consultant services, you'll see that went up. That's to attribute the fact that during COVID, we saw a steep increase in the amount of materials that people were processing for household hazardous waste. And we expect that that's going to increase again because we haven't seen a change or a drop in the number of requests we're getting called in about that. So that accounts for that number. But what I will say is we also get 50% back on anything that is household hazardous waste. So that will be an offset. Consultant services that were increased for the 0084 line is because there may be additional servicing and testing that we'll want to do on pumps at the landfill to make sure we're current and in compliance with everything with DEC. All the 800s stay the same as they were as per contract requirements.
Chair.
Let's see, two questions on that. One, you said tipping fees go down. I assume that's more due to, looks like previous 6 months was below budget. I can't imagine pay-as-you-throw will have an effect on tipping fees in this line, except perhaps to make it go up if folks start putting their trash in the corner bin.
Right, and that's why we didn't decrease this as much as the others for exactly that reason, to account for the fact that people may not be doing all the right things all the time. So this captures it in a way that municipal is sharing that burden on that.
Okay. Yeah, Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Renee, you're going so fast as you're speaking, and I'm trying to write some notes down. Can you go back to line 409 and 409-0084 and explain the consultant to me again, please?
Sure, I'm sorry. So the consultant, for the most part, that's anybody that comes in and provides services to us that isn't a regular hauling. So that can be somebody like somebody that's processing our beneficial use materials from the Alamo. For example, the screening and the the transport, like Fane would do, from the materials that were from the streets. We're able to screen that and utilize it as shoulder fill in business and industrial areas. This year that kept, I want to say, 1.5 million tons out of our waste stream. So things like that exponentially also decrease the amount that we're loading into the waste stream that we're paying for. And we're doing that for only the cost of the service that's rendered and not paying for the tip fee on that, which was a huge number. With everything netted out for 2019, that was a unrecognized, or I'm sorry, it was an what do you call it when it's the spend that didn't have to happen? Avoided cost?
Sure.
There's an avoided cost of over $80,000 for 2019. So those are the things that we're trying to work with vendors on, making sure that we're diverting as much as possible, but that comes at a cost. So we still have to have the material screened, and for things like household hazardous waste, because our volume of household hazardous waste that we collected went up, we have to pay for that.
And
So
then
it went
the,
up over a little over 10,000.
Correct, correct. And that's,
Okay. Sorry. How many consultant services are in the line 409?
how many vendors do you work with?
I want to say 4. No, I'm sorry, 5. I would have to say
5 consultants are in that line?
right. And of that, the bulk of it, the largest amount of it is for household hazardous waste, but we do get a 50% reimbursement on it.
Okay. And can you explain the line 409-0084 for me, please? Because that one
Yes.
looks like it went up about 40,000.
Right, because we want to make sure we stay current on everything that's going on at the landfill, and there are pumps that over the next year to 2 years, I don't know whether it's going to be this year or 2022 fiscal year, that we're likely going to have to do some pump replacement to make sure that we're properly processing the output of what exists at a closed landfill, because that's really important in our compliance with DEC.
But isn't that your pump replacement? That wouldn't be a consultant, would it?
Yeah, we would have to hire a consultant to replace the pumps.
But because
it's okay.
It's broken out separately because it's servicing a closed landfill, and the DEC has certain requirements around that. And so having it set aside as a separate amount or line item, it really keeps us in compliance more tightly with DEC. And I'm aiming to stay on their good side. There's a lot of places where I'll ask for forgiveness instead of permission, but DEC is not one of those places.
You don't think an increase of 40,000 is a lot?
No, I don't, because it depends on what we need to have done and if we need to get a professional engineering consultancy firm in to do any evaluation. So no, I don't think it's a lot, and I don't know whether it's going to be in the 2021 or 2022, quite honestly, until we investigate that further. But this way we projected it included in this year's budget if we're able to do that.
It's something we're actively working on between Aaron and the engineering department and Chris Whalen at DPU, because it involves the groundwater and also what we pay to the county sewer. So management of that process is essential. And then there's also annual inspections that are needed to be done at the landfill as part of our regulation as well.
And I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I'm sounding, because I'm not familiar. So the pump replacement is down at the Alamo, right?
No, the pump replacement is at the landfill, and
okay.
It's a very long and complicated process that we've even gotten to this point. So I certainly apologize if I'm speaking in terms that aren't really familiar to everybody. So I'm very open to any questions that you've got. Really, what we want to do, and what I've aimed to do, to the extent that the reviewer I work with at the DEC. I now have his personal cell phone, not just his work cell phone, because I call him that regularly. And I said to him, again, I'm not going to ask for forgiveness. I want to know permission-wise what it is that we need to keep in compliance, because there have been so many times in the past where we've gotten nailed on things, and these aren't $1,000 or $2,000 fines. Some of them are $10,000 a day fines. So I feel like putting aside in the budget a way for us to be proactive is the responsible thing for us to do.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted clarification on those.
Good question. Thank you.
Chair?
Yes, Council President Mantello.
Yep. Where is the hiring of the consultant potentially if the pay-as-you-throw moves forward? Where is that in the budget, Renee? I had thought maybe that this was a part of it. Could you identify where that would be and how much you're proposing?
That's included in the bag fee. That's wrapped into the whole process.
So the revenue that's recognized includes when we receive the funds from the bag company, it's netted out. They take their fee out and then send us the balance.
So the 1.1 is subtracted, I take it, from their profit?
Correct.
from their fee.
from their fee.
So
Okay,
that's netted out. That their fee has already been taken out to get us to that 1.1.
okay, so maybe
So that goes to answer.
Councilmember Cummings was on with his estimate. Are we looking, you were over 2 mil?
No, that certainly doesn't account for it. It certainly it probably is part of it, but I'll send an email with the math and include that in my calculations because those are all known numbers. So I'll add that to my numbers, and I think that'll get us about halfway there. But there's certainly still some.
So just to dovetail on that, Council President and also Chair, there's also the percentage of usage between the two different style bags. That's also factored into the percentage as well too. And so there might be a difference to that where everybody might say, hey, it's $2 and we're going to use that number solid. We didn't, based on Steve's recommendations and what he's found across municipalities, there's a split and we project that split. So that could also be some of the difference too. Now that I'm getting back on your wave of thinking.
Thank you.
Yep.
Shall we move on to the next account?
Unless there are any further questions here, we will move on to where are we at? Bulk pickup.
8175.
Page 197.
So everything in the 100 line, with the exception of the change from an MEO heavy to an MEO light, which we'll see on 199, is the staffing change again. That is the only change to the 100 line other than for contract requirements. The 203 is the allocation to the bulk department of the technology and services that are being added on. The 300 lines, again, it was the avoidance of robbing Peter to pay Paul for the 301 and 303 lines, just so they're there as needed because those expenses come up. In particular, 303 covers the small amounts of materials and equipment needed at the Alamo. 304 is to cover the differential in the fuel and services increase that we had to move from one account to another this year. On the 402 is because the violations were, the postage for violations was taken before out of 8189 where it shouldn't come from. It should come out of the bulk, so it's correlated correctly to the account. The 405 is the increase, the potential increase in bulk, because as people are being trained to do things properly, they are still likely going to do things wrong some of the time. And so we want to account for the fact that it may increase slightly, particularly in quarter number 2, for the amount of materials that are being produced. Composting program 409, that is, we're aiming to do a 200-person pilot with another municipality using a private hauler, so we're not adding additional labor and expenses, wear and tear to our vehicles, going to another municipality, and just working with a small local private company that specializes in doing hauling. There is a small amount of grant funding that I'll be requesting from DEC, but because they won't cover pilots, we're also looking for funding from RIT, who has an extensive program that can cover that. The 199, page 199 was as referred to on the 100 code.
Okay. Let's see. On the composting program, why is that in bulk instead of special? Just in terms of...
It's materials handling, and we debated on where to put that, but because it's materials handling and not education, outreach, and anything having to do with community engagement on an administrative level, we felt it was more appropriate to capture it where other materials were being captured. So
Okay.
Anything that is resource management really falls under Tom's responsibility. Anything having to do with the administrative part of it falls under mine. And so we felt it was more appropriate to reflect it there.
And have you decided yet whether that will be a neighborhood pilot or starting with larger producers? What sort of?
Neighborhood.
Okay.
Larger producers, New York State has some programs that are rolling out in 2022 for those who produce more than a ton a week. And so we're really looking for more details and more instruction, more information on that. They had a number of educational presentations last year and no, it wasn't the beginning of this year. It was just last year and into the winter where they started doing some education and outreach. But in terms of the serviceability, in terms of the funding that's going to be offered to municipalities, I really wasn't seeing a whole lot of that yet. And so what we're going to be doing is with some of the large-scale producers of waste and of compost materials, we're going to be requesting, as per the CRA as well, that there's more data provided to us. So I hope that answers the question.
Yep. And then I just wanted to drill down a little bit on the shift from MEO lights to MEO heavies. What is the purpose of that? Are they driving different trucks? Were they already driving different trucks? Or is it?
We actually don't have any heavy equipment operators within the sanitation department. We took when we, what's that?
Other than the Alamo. Well, we don't have one.
We don't
there.
have,
We've been using
we don't have
No,
a
but
heavy
you're
equipment
going to.
operator. So basically what we've been doing is borrowing, actually utilizing a different department to continue with Alamo functions. So this is not a created position. This is an added position, an upgraded position, I'm sorry. So there's really going to be no other added positions within the sanitation as far as the drivers, MEO lights and MEO heavies are concerned. But that's strictly for the Alamo because we are continuing to use resources from other departments to maintain sanitation duties.
Okay. So there will be a list or a call for folks that are currently MEO lights to sort of upgrade. Is that the strategy essentially?
Right, so there'll be one for residential and there'll be one for Alamo. So there'll be two so that we're not borrowing them because we've got to be a self-sustaining fund. And for us to be paying for use of an employee from another fund is not really following that model.
Okay. And you're not, I guess the reason I asked, you're not proposing to, I guess, is there vacancy in MEO light or are you planning to have one of the MEO light folks move up? I'm just making sure we're not planning to hire one of the MEO lights in order to hire an MEO heavy.
No, we'd actually offer either the opportunity to upgrade or if we canvassed and there weren't any available, then we would canvass out.
Okay.
The goal is to promote within.
Right.
Great, thank you. Onward to special recycling, unless there's any further questions here.
Yep. Okay.
Nope. Yep. Council President Mantello.
Yep. Just a quick question, Renee and Tom. I noticed that the litter enforcement officers are broken apart. One under residential, two under the bulk. In terms of supervision, because I, did hear you, Renee, say we put in this category for that, but in terms of the actual supervision of the litter patrol, is that all under Tom? Okay, very good. You just separated them through department, correct?
Yes, and Tom and Chuck.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay. All right, any other further questions there? Or we'll move on to special recycling.
Okay, so for special recycling, the changes are contractual except for adding in a recycling specialist. With the programs that we are rolling out to have me be able to do them and maintain the other responsibilities that I maintain, I feel it would be very, very challenging, if not impossible, and I'd rather see us go for success instead of struggling. It's also largely grant funded, so half of the benefits and half of the salary for that position is rebatable via the DEC. That will help us with the rollout of the technology as well as the program implementation all the way across the board. The overtime is overtime. Andy.
Based off the historical.
Okay. Office equipment is gone from 500 to 5,000 to cover the share of the technology of the implementation.
Renee's going real fast. Just real quick to take a step back on the recycling specialist. I get what you're saying. Where is the grant? You said it was from DEC.
Yes.
Andy,
I've
was
already
it?
I've already verified with them and applied as though, because that was their recommendation, that we would get the position funded. Because DEC will cover up to 50% of my salary and the salary of a recycling specialist, the outreach and the education that we do, and anything that's not hands-on equipment related.
Okay. Last I heard, it was a while ago though, was that program was sort of had a waiting list on it, and it may take it. We're past that. Your anticipation is that these funds would be readily available for us.
Yes. I was very excited to be the fifth municipality in New York State to apply. So the window for application was the 31st. We had ours in the prior week. So, and that was with the verification and blessing of the grant reviewer. So we are within the first couple that are in line. Everybody that's in before the 31st of October has a great chance at it. But he said making sure that we had it in early and right gives us a stronger chance.
Okay, good to hear.
We have received
Being proactive.
everyone that we've submitted.
Correct. There haven't been any to date that I know of that weren't accepted by DC, and that's for the education outreach as well as household hazardous. The only one that's phased out is electronic waste, and they're hoping to bring that back as well as some others within the next 2 years. We'll see what happens with it.
Okay.
Chair,
Yes, Councilmember Ashton Pearson.
Renee, if you don't mind, I'm trying to take notes as you're talking. You could just slow down a little bit because you're whipping through this stuff. And I apologize, I don't take shorthand. So
I'm sorry. So
thank
which
you.
part of it would you like me to re-review?
I got it, but I'm just writing down, and I'm if you just slow down a little bit, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, I'm sorry.
You always set YouTube to play back at half speed in the future for taking notes later.
I hate being in the spotlight, and so I'm talking fast so I don't have to talk anymore. So I'm sorry about that.
I think we may actually be there. Are there any other? I think
Quite okay. Just thank you.
So the postage and the printing, you'll see that those dropped, and that's because by using the online platform, we're able to reduce the expenditure because we won't have to do as much that is more costly to us as a city. And as well, those are part of the grant reimbursement that we'll get. The training expenses is for any of us within all of the 4 departments that are receiving any professional training that can be considered within the realm of recycling. So that means if Tom was to attend a seminar, if I'm to attend a seminar, recycling specialist was to attend a seminar, that's also grant funded back to us with that. And then the final one is the training expense, which has also been decreased for community outreach and education, because again, we'll be able to lean into that platform that we're using instead of having to create all that information on our own. I think that's all she wrote.
Let's see. I'm just scrolling back to double check. Was there significant printing? There. In residential pickup, you have an increase of 1,000. That you feel like that'll cover all the education you need to do for pay as you throw. There wasn't need for some of it in this line as well.
No, that will cover it within that because we'll be utilizing that platform in as many ways as we can. And I think once people are familiar with it and it becomes something that's a little bit more intuitive to them, that they'll use that as, on a phone app, they'll use it on their computers. I talked to a number of different municipalities. The way we ended up with Recollect instead of some of the other products was because of the user-friendly interface that they have. And actually New York State downline, when they get their programs together on it, may be investigating the same process. So they're looking to us as municipality as well as many others to see how well it adapts and how well it can be utilized by residents. So we'll be using it as much as we can for delivery of as many educational outreaches as we can use.
Okay. I may put in my notes it could be good to see a little increase in that printing and advertising if we're talking about doing more door-to-door mailers and other information as well to roll this out. But that's good for now. Are there other questions on here?
Chair?
Yeah.
Just a quick question. I noticed the $9,800 in salary savings. I take it you do not plan to hire someone for the recycling specialist for a few months? Is that the game plan?
Yes, until April 1st.
Right.
Okay, and to domino what Councilmember Cummings said, I didn't really see in the game plan a whole lot of money for education for the pay-as-you-throw. So, you know, I'm not sure if you plan to amend that or.
No, so I'm sorry. Again, this is where I was trying to talk fast. So the efficiency of the systems that we're going to be using to do the education and outreach. So I should probably back into it by saying we're not able to utilize all the grant funding that we submitted for 2020. Many municipalities are not submitting for any of it. We are going to submit for as much as we can by implementing the Recollect program this year and starting to use that as a platform. Next year, because we have to assume at this point, we're not going to be completely COVID-free enough to go to every place all the time, to be as present as we always have in the past at the neighborhood meetings. So we're going to really lean heavily into that software and then be able to print out, mail, or hand out the information that we can download from that. And so it becomes not just a database, but an efficient mechanism of doing education and outreach. We'll also eventually, as we are able, add in educational models, or I'm sorry, curricula modules as we are able, so that the schools will even be able to utilize it. So we plan on using it as a very, very widespread education and outreach opportunity. So we've tried maximizing the bang for the buck. You know, if council feels it's more appropriate to add in a couple more dollars to do it even more, I'd certainly not be averse to it, but I think as a measure of economy, we put it forward this way so that it was an easier pill to swallow with less expenditures.
Just to put the total aggregate together, it's a little over like $24,000 is aggregated between the multiple accounts that will account for training, printing and advertising, and postage.
Okay. Any further questions on this? I've got the capital plan on 265. Am I missing anything else? Andy, you didn't need to say anything about the bans or insurance or various other small lines in this, right?
Unless if there's questions about it, it's all fixed. The debt's all fixed.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay.
So on 265, the only expense that we had included there was facilities upgrades and improvements, because we had a crap ton of work done at the Alamo this year, and we did it on a shoestring budget. And what we'd really like to do is add in concrete platforms so that the bays that are underneath where the materials are stored isn't consistently and regularly getting dug up, which is what happens if you don't have a finished surface. So I'd really, really love to be able to do that. If you tell me I can't or that we can't, I guess I'd have to live with it, but I'd be pretty sad, because we invested into making it a very functional facility, and that would just take it another step in that direction. That's all.
I just want to add a little bit of kudos, because the amount of work that's taken since before Renee came on, and when the DEC came in and essentially said, we didn't even know the Alamo existed, and what are you doing? Nicely, actually. So the work that Tom and the streets department really, and Chuck and Renee and our partners have done down at the Alamo, when this Alamo opens, you will not recognize it. It looks totally different than it has in the past. If you remember going in on Saturdays and dropping stuff, they've created bays, they've created drive lanes. The amount of work that this team has put in to make that facility a legitimate facility, but also a well-organized and streamlined facility cannot go unsaid all the time. I mean, they just have done a lot of work. I mean, Renee's been physically down there herself moving stuff, and it's a testament to the passion that they have for the work they do.
Thank you.
Well said.
I had to throw you out of there a couple of times.
Yeah, Tom spied on you.
And we've also been trying to catch the illegal dumpers down there, of which sometimes it would be surprising who you see does that.
Chair,
Yes.
I was just asked by a constituent who spoke earlier. Carlo just wanted to follow up with one question, if you didn't mind.
Yeah, I had been going back and forth with him about having him speak at the next public forum. But if folks want to add another public forum now, it's only 8:52. Sure. That's just as good. I'm going to go ahead and promote you to a panelist again. And Carlo, you should have the floor.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. So, all right. Well, earlier I didn't know that there was a whole bag to throw thing, but I want to ask every council member that is there now if they own apartments, because myself, I own a lot of apartments and my family owns a lot of apartments. And I can tell you it's tough, even as good landlords, even as landlords that show up every day and look at their properties, to get tenants to conform. And the thing is you're requesting them to abide by putting garbage in a specific bag that you pay for, or they pay for, or you request them to pay for in your lease. If you think that every landlord and tenant dispute in a city is going to work, it is not going to work. Tenants do not care about what the landlords think. They use excuses. They will make excuses. And not only that, I mean, I live in Emerald Greens. If anybody knows, Eileen McDermott is my councilwoman, and I wish she would come up here and explain to the tenants up here, because I already have about 150 people petitioning against this pay-as-you-throw. Now, once you guys started the bulk pickup and people were not happy with the fees, every day I drive by that old SOS station where there's an area where there's a fence. If anybody knows where I live, it was the old dump site. The SOS station is where the there's detectives that stay in there and stuff. They people dump stuff there, and they always dump stuff there. And this is in a single family community. Imagine what people are going to do when they have to find out that they are not going to pay for it. You have to, how are you going to prove? So for instance, I'm going to give you an example. I recently got a bill from one of my apartments. It was $85 or something like that. And it was for 4 mattresses or something. I went to both of my tenants in their house, and I looked at the picture that was given by DPW, and they were queen or king size mattresses. They were big mattresses. I went in, all the kids had regular twin size mattresses, so they weren't theirs. And I looked at every single one of my tenants' mattresses, and they were almost filthy. I mean, you could tell they were used. So they weren't brand new. So what, then I complained to Chuck about the mattresses. And yes, he took care of the charges, but this is the legal aspect that you guys are gonna have in the city when you have tenants that, okay, so if I buy a box for one of my tenants, you're telling me if I decide to go on vacation and they run out of their bags, they're not gonna throw regular bags out? And yes, you're gonna fine us, but where does the fair come in? I wanna ask, does anybody on a council own apartments? Because my whole life, my family, my in-laws, and everybody I've known is own apartments. And if you own apartments and you think that tenants are gonna conform to what you tell them, it's not gonna happen. During this COVID, we have lost hundreds of thousands of dollars because tenants say, Governor Cuomo says, I don't owe you for the next 3-4 months. If you think tenants are going to take bags or they're going to go to Walmart or they're going to go to Hannaford and buy bags, it is not going to happen. Now, maybe in a single family neighborhood where I live, maybe your houses, maybe where you guys live, they are going to buy those bags. I'm telling you right now, me and my whole cul-de-sac have decided that if this passes, we are just going to get a dumpster and we're going to put it in the middle between our houses, and then we're going to, bypass the whole system and do it. So then what happens then? So now we're losing DPW workers. Now we're losing things. Listen, if you guys are looking for revenue streams, and I heard that, oh, well, we're looking at $1 or $2 million.
Can wrap it up here.
How many people are we looking to hire to do this? And where is it really going to work? It's not going to work. Our alleyways in our cities are going to be full of trash. I can guarantee it. I've been there. I know. I live in the city. I know exactly what it's been. And I'm going to tell you guys right now, it's not going to work. And I wish Eileen would come into this neighborhood and talk to every family member in Emerald Greens, because I've already started a petition on Estro As You Pay. And if she wants to be the council person for our neighborhood, then come up, because I'm going to tell you right now, I'm already going to have about 400 or 500 signatures.
Thank you, Carl.
Thank you very much.
Certainly, sounds like you raise a bunch of significant questions around how this works with landlords. Certainly would encourage, I assume that Renee and the other folks in that room designing this program have been discussing that to some degree, but certainly would encourage ongoing stakeholder discussions with folks who have expertise as landlords in our city. Obviously, you have a good one right down the hall. So hopefully he can take the opportunity to come and meet with you directly and discuss some of those questions and concerns. And from there, are there any further questions on the general services budget, or shall we move on to the special or the finance?
Before we break, Chair, just a recommendation. I'm not sure, but I think it'd be a great idea. Obviously, neighborhood meetings are going to be very difficult with COVID. This certainly has raised quite a bit of questions and concerns, rightly so. Certainly many of us have questions, concerns. I would not be opposed to having another general services meeting specifically solely on this issue. And it's a recommendation, and I would request that you and the council consider that. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, certainly as it starts to develop in the new year, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's reason to continue even before. That being said, we are now, I believe, about 2 hours late for our finance meeting. So I'm going to take a motion to adjourn.
Chair?
Yes.
Just one note, Council President, in addition to what you're considering, Renee actually has been doing neighborhood meetings throughout this whole process, talking about the proposal. I believe you've been to Osgood and Little Italy and some others. So if there's other neighborhood meetings that are listening that would like to put together a Zoom call or an in-person, socially distanced, safe manner, Renee is doing that as well too.
I'm going to interject on that. I can only do Zoom right now. I have an elderly, health compromised mom. I am very willing. I have a meeting next week with Osgood in South Troy, but I'm very, very happy to have continued meetings with any of the neighborhoods, and would much prefer to do that, because then I can have individual and personal contact with those residents, many of whom I've already established relationships with, and that way they can see my face and have that discussion rather than having questions filtered through others.
Okay. Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
Very good. Can I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Okay, adjourned.
No vote.
All right, before we go into finance, then we can go right into the regular. Do you want to take a 2-minute break?
Sure.
Very good. Thank you. We'll be back in 2 to 3 minutes, folks. Okay, how about we get rolling? Hello? I figure they can hear me, so maybe they'll work their way back.
There you go.
All right, I think we're only waiting. Councilmember Gully, are you with us? More chocolate, Councilmember Zaluski?
Yeah, sorry. I think it's rude to talk with my mouth full. So.
It's fine. You just have to share with us next time. Yummy. Councilmember Gully, you with us?
Yes, I am here.
Beautiful. All right, Mara, we're set to go.
Yep, all set.
Awesome. I will officially open the finance meeting, which was to start at 6:45, but that's okay. It is 9:08, and I will ask Councilmember Steele to lead us in the pledge, please.
Something is beeping, but I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember Steele. I hope that that's not an alarm. Okay, let's get right into, we'll do a roll call. Councilmember Gully.
Still here.
All right, Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Present.
Councilmember Steele.
Present with the smoke alarm on.
Oh, geez, are you okay? Councilmember Cummings.
I am present.
Councilmember Zaluski.
Here with no smoke alarms going off.
That's a good thing. Councilmember McDermott.
Here.
Thank you. And Council President Mantello's here. We have 7 present. This evening, we have one item, which if acted upon, will go to the regular meeting. Before that, I'll ask someone to make a motion of the approval of the minutes.
I will make a motion that we approve the minutes as produced.
Thank you. Councilmember Zaluski, do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson, discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And the motion to approve passes 7-0. Presentation of the agenda, as I mentioned, we have one ordinance. It's an emergency funding ordinance and public forum. Mara, do we have anyone signed up for the public forum?
I'm not sure actually if Irene wanted to talk at this one as well. So I'm gonna move her up to a panelist, and if she doesn't want to talk, she doesn't need to.
Fair enough. Sure, thank you. Hi, Irene. Would you like to address the council? Hello?
She might have just left her connection going.
Yeah. Okay, Mara, I think we're all set there. I'll wait for you to do whatever you have to do to put that back, and we'll go right into it. Local laws, we have none. We do have an ordinance, Ordinance 86, ordinance authorizing the city to create a capital project and amending the capital projects fund budget to allow funding for said capital project. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do we have a motion?
Make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. And the deputy mayor did get back to us on this. This is a DPW garage door replacement. It is in major need of repair. There wasn't an accident, right, Monica? It just, it's broke, I take it?
No, there was an accident.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Do you want to tell us what it was?
Councilmember Ash McPherson?
Sorry.
That's okay.
They were transferring a vehicle in between. I don't know if he was going in or going out, and he hit the garage door and also the side of the building.
Is there any damage for the vehicles?
I don't believe if it was anything, it was something that was going to be repairable on site by Sean and his team. But the garage door actually doesn't work right now, and they're securing it. This is the entrance to the actual physical garage where we do all the repairs. So it's being secured in a different way that needs to be fixed. I won't go into details about that in public TV, so of how they're securing it.
Thank you. Council
Okay.
President,
Yes, Councilmember Ash McPherson.
did you say we're in discussion?
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
Okay, I do have a question. Who's doing the work?
C.D. Perry won the bid.
C.D. Perry won the bid?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Council
President?
Yep, Councilmember McDermott.
Does insurance cover any portion of this? I drove by this a couple weeks ago and it's pretty significant damage to this building.
We're self-insured, so we'd have to pay the bill anyway.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember McDermott. And real quick, Monica, does OSHA have to come in for something like that, or any outside, agency regarding the accident, or no?
Not really for something like that. If it was like, and it's PESH usually would come in, versus OSHA. And if it's something like we had an accident out on the street driving and stuff like that, then we can certainly call for additional support if needed.
Okay. Any other questions? Concerns? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, ordinance 86 carries 7-0. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, 7-0, we adjourn, and we will go into the regular meeting. Let me just pull this up quickly. There we go. Okay. Mara, I'll give you a second.
Yeah, I'm all set.
Awesome. I'll call the regular meeting. It is now 9:15. We're only 2 hours and 15 minutes over. And I will ask Councilmember Cummings to lead us in the pledge, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember Cummings. Mara, can we do a roll call?
Councilmember Gully,
Present.
Councilmember Ash McPherson,
Here.
Councilmember Steele,
Present.
Councilmember Cummings,
Present.
Councilmember Zaluski,
Here.
Councilmember McDermott,
Here.
Council President Mantello.
I am here.
7 present, none absent.
Okay, vacancy list is at the end of the agenda. Approval of minutes, I'll take a motion.
Yep. Motion to approve as produced.
Thank you, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Motion to approve the minutes passes 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Presentation of the agenda. We have lots of ordinances and resolutions. And I would ask, there is a resolution that I would like to add, and I'd like the council to consider, hopefully. It's Resolution 107, a resolution to proclaim November 2020 as Epilepsy Awareness Month. Council President Mantello, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson, discussion? All in favor to add it to the agenda?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
The motion to add 107, Resolution 107 to the agenda passes by unanimous consent.
Thank you. And we'll go to the public forum. Mara, anyone signed up?
No, no one signed up for this.
Very good. Let's get right into it. Ordinance 77.
Ordinance amending the Capital Projects Fund and General Fund budgets. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
Make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson, discussion. This is Leonard Hospital, 52K, and Police and Pound Building, 40K extra. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Ordinance 77 passes, 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Ordinance 78.
Ordinance transferring funds within the 2020 Water Fund budget. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
Make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson, discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Ordinance 78 passes, 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Ordinance 79.
Ordinance transferring funds within the 2020 Sewer Fund budget. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second. Second. Sorry.
Second, Councilmember McDermott, discussion. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Ordinance 79 passes, 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Ordinance 80.
Ordinance amending the 2020 Special Grants Fund budget. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Ordinance 80 passes, 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Ordinance 81.
Ordinance amending the 2020 General Fund budget. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion? And just for the public's knowledge, all of this did pass a prior finance meeting and was discussed at major length. Discussion on this? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Ordinance 81 passes, 7 ayes, 0 noes.
All right, we have Ordinance 82.
Ordinance amending the Capital Projects Fund budget. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Actually, we are going to jump, I believe, Andy, first we have to do the resolution, the bond resolution 102 prior to this, correct?
Yeah, resolutions 99 and 100, oh no, 99 and 102 both go with this ordinance.
Yep, sorry about that, folks. 99 and 102, we're going to jump to the resos. The first one, Resolution 99, Mara.
Resolution authorizing the implementation and funding in the first instance 100% of the federal aid and state Marchicelli program aid eligible costs of a transportation federal aid project and appropriating funds therefore. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
Make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson, discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Resolution 99 passes 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Very good. Resolution 102.
Bond resolution of the City of Troy, New York, authorizing the issuance of a $1,210,416 additional serial bonds to finance the cost of the construction of the South Troy Industrial Roadway. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember McDermott, discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Resolution 102 passes 7 ayes, 0 noes.
And I want to say hi to Mike, Councilmember Zaluski. Just a little levity. All right, let's jump back to ordinance. Bear with me. I don't know why my computer, ordinance 82.
Ordinance amending the Capital Projects Fund budget. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
Make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson, discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Ordinance 82 passes 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Thank you, Mara. Ordinance 83.
Ordinance declaring certain city-owned personal property as surplus and directing the comptroller to dispose of the surplus property. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
Make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Andy, I did have a super quick question. If these don't sell, I'm seeing a lot of things from the Nick. Where do they go?
We tend to junk them. They sell it for scrap metal and whatnot, or just we dispose of it. I mean, even to dispose of it, the council needs to declare it surplus under the charter.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Councilor-
For third question.
Oh.
That's Councilmember Ash McPherson's pup.
That's all right.
Councilmember Cummings.
Pups are always welcome. So everything on the list goes to auction, and then if it's not bought at auction, it's able to be junked, or are some things just junked directly?
I'm looking at the list real quick. Pretty much everything goes to auction, and then, yep, pretty much on here, everything goes to auction, and then it's junked.
Okay. And then at the last meeting, we talked about the restroom trailer. It sounds like we have one for the marina, but it made me think again about, obviously special events, Barker Park. There's various places where restrooms, deployable restrooms could be helpful. I assume this one is well past useful life, but I wanted to confirm that someone can confirm that.
Past useful life, but it's also one that you have to hook up to water and sewer.
Okay.
If I remember correctly, because that's the way that they had done it before.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Where was this used before? Was this a job site?
No, I believe that's the one that used to be for the marina, right?
This is the old marina one?
Yes. I'm pretty sure.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean that. I guess last I knew that was in reasonable shape. Who knows how it's been in the last couple years. If we pass this, just technically speaking, can the mayor strike one if you wanted to? If we found there was a use for this?
Rick, are you available?
I don't want to make you sit on one for a while if it's not useful, but if we can.
I guess my question is I don't know where you would deploy it and what we would use it for. Everybody that we use right now handles the porta potties, which have a company that comes in and cleans them. Yeah. We don't clean them as far as like getting rid of the waste or anything like that. So I guess that would be my question. The way that we make arrangements now is that events call and do their own bathroom facilities.
Yeah.
It's you know, we don't, you got to keep in mind too, we don't have the staff that we had numerous years ago, and the marina always had a third-party operator.
No, understood. I guess I could imagine it being useful as part of the marina in the other section down near Riverfront Park and marina to be cleaned by the marina staff, or I could imagine it. I don't know. Yeah, there's various spots where it could be useful, but the key question here is, could it be stricken after or could it be not sold after we make it surplus?
Is that the question for me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The council, first of all, the council certainly could strike it from the list and not declare it surplus.
Right.
Once it's declared surplus, you are stating that the city no longer needs that property for any purpose. So you're authorizing the administration to dispose of it. A lot of things that, from what I'm hearing, do not get disposed of. So then they get junked. I don't know what more you're asking. Are you asking that could someone find a use for it? I don't know. You're saying the city no longer has a need for it when you pass this ordinance.
Yeah, I guess I'm not entirely confident about that, but given the preliminary of this conversation,
you can move to strike it from the list if you want.
Yeah, but then we have to hold on to it for a while, which we may not want to do.
You can't have your cake and eat it too, Councilor.
All right. Well, I guess I'll leave it alone.
Okay. We have decided to leave everything intact. Further discussion?
Yeah, Council President.
Yes, Council.
Just a quick question for the administration. So once assuming we approve this right now, which I assume we will, this list then this is a public list, right? We publish it and anyone can submit bids on this. Is that correct?
No, it goes to the auction.
So is that still Color City Auctions? Folks go to colorcityauctions.com and they can bid on anything that they want to bid on.
Correct.
Okay, so we don't run the auction, but it's available to anyone that wants to bid on them.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Awesome. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Ordinance 83 passes 7 ayes, 0 noes.
All right, let's move along. Ordinance 85.
Ordinance authorizing and directing sales of city-owned real property by the proposal sale application method. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Ordinance 85 passes 6 ayes and 1 no.
Very good. Move along to ordinance 86.
Ordinance authorizing the city to create a capital project and amending the capital projects fund budget to allow funding for said capital project. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. This is the one we just passed in the finance earlier. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Ordinance 86 passes 7 ayes, 0 noes.
All right, let's jump to resolution 100.
Resolution of the Troy City Council appointing Andrew Cooper to the Troy Community Land Bank Board of Directors. Council President Mantello, Council Member Steele.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Cummings. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Resolution 100 passes
I'm sorry, I just thought there was an error. Excuse me. Resolution 100 passes 7 ayes, 0 noes.
No problem. Thank you, Mara. We're going to jump to resolution 103.
Resolution confirming the appointment of Andrew M. Petrowski as the Comptroller of the City of Troy, Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. After going through a grueling hearing, Andy made it through without any bruises, I believe. Andy, you really have brought a breath of fresh air to the comptroller's office, and I want to thank you for responding to all of my requests, all of my concerns, and I look forward to continue working with you. Thank you.
Council President.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Real quick, I just want to say, Andy, thank you. You've done, working with you back in 2016 or 17 and 18, and you've continued to be professional, and you've really grown into loving that seat, I can see. And so it's an honor to pass this and give you the A for the position. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further discussion?
Council President,
Councilmember Zaluski.
as I said at the finance meeting, my comment is ditto. And thank you, Andy, for everything you're doing.
Short and sweet.
Thank you.
Short and sweet. Further discussion? All right, Andy. Yes, Councilmember Gully is still here. And Andy, congratulations. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Gully's he's not saying nay, he's a yay.
Excuse me, Resolution 103 passes 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Thank you. Congratulations, Andy.
Thank you.
All right, Resolution 104.
Resolution appointing Paul J. Santandera, Commissioner of Deeds for the City of Troy, Council President Mantello.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion? Councilmember Gully, you are still with us, correct? Hello? Just for voting purposes.
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Gully.
Council President, I just want to let you know, I've been pressing my bar to talk, and it's not, I had to come in as a guest and then get moved up to a panelist. For some ungodly reason, it was different this time. And I am pressing my bar, but there's been a few times that nobody's heard me, and you've gone too fast for me.
That's a first.
Yes, it is.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Resolution 104 passes 7 ayes, 0 noes.
All right, Resolution 106.
Resolution to honor James J. Farley Jr. and to designate East Park Place between 112th and 113th Streets as James Farley Place. Councilmember Gully, Council President Mantello, Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Do I have a motion?
Make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
I second that.
Second. How about somebody else second, since you are the prime sponsor?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Councilmember McDermott. Discussion? Councilmember Gully?
Council President, I thought I said it all in finance, but I'll say it once again. Jimmy Farley was a great guy for our neighborhood. He continues to be great. In fact, I just seen him Friday night. He's still in there making pizzas, sweating his tail off in front of that oven, and he won't let anybody else touch that oven. He's done some great things for our neighborhood, as many others are. And I think that when children say, hey, why is that sign there? And their parents get a chance to explain to them, he'll be a great example for our future leaders. And thank you to everybody for supporting this move.
Thank you, Councilmember Gully, and I will say double ditto. And on that note, I am going to please request Councilmember Cummings. I really want to move forward with our effort in terms of Ishan's place over at the old 6th Ave Park. So if we could get maybe that neighborhood meeting moving forward, that would be great. Thank you. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Resolution 106 passes 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Resolution 107.
A resolution to proclaim November 2020 as Epilepsy Awareness Month. Council President Mantello.
Do I have a motion?
Make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Please indulge me. I would like to read this very quickly. I'll be brief. Whereas epilepsy is an incurable brain disorder that causes people to have recurring seizures, and whereas epilepsy is the third most common neurological condition, and whereas 1 in 26 people in the United States will develop epilepsy in his or her lifetime due to abnormal brain development, illness, brain injury, or unknown causes. And whereas widespread lack of understanding and knowledge about epilepsy often causes people, particularly children, to fear, isolate, tease, and even bully sometimes their peers who are afflicted with epilepsy or other seizure disorders. And whereas the City of Troy desires to join the global, national, state, and local effort to increase epilepsy awareness, to educate Troy residents about epilepsy, and to lend support to people with epilepsy and their families in order to improve their quality of life. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Troy City Council does hereby proclaim November 2020 as Epilepsy Awareness Month in the City of Troy. Very quickly, just to let folks know, I was contacted by Team Hero and a couple of folks on this resolution, and they would like to do some sort of an event for epilepsy awareness, and I'll keep everyone posted on that. There are so many folks out there who are impacted by epilepsy that you wouldn't even know. And as many of you know, my son has epilepsy among other issues, but certainly anything we can do to raise more awareness of just this horrible illness, I implore all of you. So thank you. And do we have further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Resolution 107 passes 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Thank you. And I will take a motion to adjourn if there's.
Motion to adjourn.
All right, Councilmember Zaluski, do I have a second? Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson, discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. Thank
Good
you
night.
all.
Night, John Boy.
I'm going to take this opportunity to remind the council that they owe me reports by the 15th, the committee chairs. And we have a week off, so please don't schedule any meetings next week.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. I'm kidding.
Have a good night.